Council, Tharaka University, and other council members present, the Vice Chancellor, Tharaka University, the DVCs, Tharaka University, and other DVCs present, political leaders present, the Senate, Tharaka University, national and county leaders present, the staff, Tharaka University, and other universities present, principals and the staff from senior and junior schools present, the Jody Ncheke Council of Elders, other invited guests, Tharaka University students led by TUSA leaders and other leaders from other universities, the senior and junior school students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tharaka University School of Law official launch on 4th June 2026. And we thank God for journey mercies to this place, the Divine University. The theme today is training resilient lawyers for a just and equitable society. And we are live on Tharaka University Radio 98.8 FM and Tune or Tharaka University social media platforms, that is Tharaka University official Facebook and YouTube. For this time round, we are going to have entertainment session. And to begin with, we'll have a poem that is going to be presented right now, which is led by Malia Atieno and also Levi. So kindly, let's proceed with that session. It will be followed by the moot court presentation. And then after that, the spoken word. Thank you.
A new dawn rises.
A new dawn rises.
Bringing with it the voices and visions of tomorrow's legal.
The echoes of future judges, the voices of those who shall rise to defend justice when silence trembles.
We stand, not as spectators of history, but as its authors. Young minds carrying books today, yet preparing to carry the weight of truth tomorrow.
For the law is no ordinary path. It is courage clothed in wisdom. It is the shield for the weak and restraint of power, and the language through which justice speaks.
Many will remember this day as the beginning, the day law school first opened its doors. But we shall remember it as the moment purpose found us.
And when years unfold, when calendars turn and seasons pass, 2029 shall not merely know us by name. In 2029, indeed, we shall be champions, not only in titles, but in excellence, discipline, and greatness.
We shall rise in moats and debates, in courtrooms and communities, with minds sharpened by knowledge and hearts guided by integrity.
Though today we begin as pioneers, tomorrow we shall stand as proof that greatness is born in bold beginnings. So let this launch be remembered. Let this moment carry beyond these walls. For today, a law school rises, and with it,
a generation
destined to lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before this honorable moot court, sitting as a simulated international tribunal, exercising jurisdiction over question of public international law, space law, and persuasive comparative constitutional jurisprudence, is now in session. The matter before this court is the Republic of Canton versus the Republic of Acadia, presiding their lordships and their ladyships of this honorable bench. God save the law. In this matter, the agents of the following republics, you have 10 minutes to present your case and your matters. And now I leave the following, and now the judge, the president, I leave the court to be led by the presiding judge to give us more on what next to expect. Presiding judge.
Thank you. Now I welcome the agent for the respondent, Caleb Kamau.
May it please the court, my lords and ladies, my name is Caleb Kamau, appearing on behalf of the respondents. I intend to use 10 minutes of the time graciously awarded to me to deal with the preliminary issues and substantive issue A, which states that Acadia bears no international responsibility for Sargon's removal of Observer 1 from orbit. Substantive issue B, which states that Canton bears full international responsibility for Kipu's unlawful extraction of technology from Dragnet's wreckage, and substantive issue C, which states that Incanton is not entitled for compensation for transit damage or the rescue costs and the prayers. I will begin with the jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of this court is solidly anchored upon Article 36(1) of the Statute of the International Court of Justice. The Republic of Acadia and the Republic of Incanton have, by explicit and mutual compromise, submitted the entirety of this case, this space law dispute, to this court as unequivocally recorded in the agreed statement of facts. I will now proceed to my prayers. For the reasons set out above, the respondent, Acadia, respectfully requests that the court adjudge and declare, number 1, that Acadia is not responsible or liable under international law for Sargon's removal of Observer 1 from orbit. Number 2, that Incanton is liable and responsible for international law for compensation for Kipu's non-consensual taking of components from Dragnet's wreckage. Number 3, that Incanton is not entitled for compensation under international law for damage sustained by Kipu's lunar extraction facilities, nor cost and expenses Kipu incurred in rescuing and providing medical care for the Dragnet crew, and to dismiss all claims in the contrary. If the bench seeks no further clarification, I will cede the floor to the court.
Thank you. The case before us today is the case of the Republic of Incanton versus the Republic of Acadia. Now I welcome the agent for the applicant, Gloria Chepngeno.
In rescue operations where the crew of the Dragnet faced peril, life was preserved, humanitarian principles were upheld, and this conduct reflects the foundational ethos of international law, cooperation, humanity, and good faith. As affirmed in Article 1 of the UN Charter, the purpose of international law is not merely to regulate conflict, but to preserve peace and human dignity. Further, the respondent delayed under Article 6 of consultations for nearly a year. My Lord, consultation is preventative, not postmortem. It exists to avert harm, not to justify it retroactively. A delayed consultation after irreversible damage is akin to closing the barn after the horses have entered orbit. My Lord and my ladies, the applicant humbly beseeches this honorable court to declare the impugned seizure unlawful, to affirm the responsibility of Acadia for the conduct of its national Sargon, to find liability for the destruction of the lunar installation Quilla, and to award full and effective reparation consonant with the dictates of international law and the interest of justice.
We'll have Tharaka community dancers, Kanyambo dancers, led by Mr. Kirimbo.
All protocols observed, good morning. Good morning once more. They said, a judge's conscience is the final seal of justice. They still said, justice is not for sale. Today we are not launching just a program. We are inheriting a legacy. A legacy of justice, a legacy of responsibility, a legacy of service. Today, we, the pioneering law students in Tharaka University, we are standing on the shoulders of the giants of justice, the shoulders of the pillars, powerful, distinct pillars that have determined our journey. Pillar number 1 is the pillar of the rule of law, where all of us are bound to our constitution. Every one of us is subordinate to the law. Pillar number 2, unwavering fidelity to the constitution, where all of us, we have the courage to do what is right, even the moment when it feels very difficult. We look at the inspiring starch vision of Mother Koome, social access, social transformation through access to justice. Meaning, this is the map, the roadmap that we are going to carry along. In front of you stands a learning council, Njeru Wedi Kanana, with my learning councils, co-councils, Wilson Ashuma, Kasniel Kinoti, and Mike Wanjohi. We are here to give a spoken word to our future legal justice. A future whereby law will remain the shield of the weak. A future whereby justice is going to be served to all. Where we are going to use law as a tool to restore utu. That is the human dignity. Welcome and enjoy.
To our chief guest, you sit where courage meets the gavel. To our LSK president, you're the one that makes this profession level. To our chancellor, you're the one that guides and wishes as well. To our vice chancellor, you believed before we had a wall. And to everyone today, we stand on your shoulders as we answer justice call. You guys are not just watching. You are the reason we stand so tall. Today we honor you. Today we honor you, and tomorrow we become you. That's all.
Leo si soft launch.
Leo si soft launch. That's a statement. Yetu ni declaration kwamba Tharaka Law School tusha change the arrangement. This is not just a school. Hii ni battlefield ya intellect, where minds sharpen na ignorance ina rejectiwa. Tulikuja hapa si bahati.
This was intention.
It was intentional. 100+ of us, na kila mmoja with a story, but united by one mission, who understand the law. But most importantly, we live. Because in Moot Court, we've learned that justice bila action haiwezi survive.
Wengine wanaona statutes, sisi tunaona power. Kila section, kila article ni tool ya kuempower. Na tukisema we rise, hatumaanishi slowly. Tunapanda ranks za greatness boldly, not low key. We'll speak where fear ilitawala. We'll stand out where silence ilitawala. Cause law si tu ya vitabu. Law ni ya ground, law ni ya watu, ni ya kila mahali. Objection.
Tutasema.
When wrong tries to pass us right, na hatutaogopa system, hata kama iko tight. Because we are not here to compromise. Tuko hapa ku stand out, ku question every gray area, mpaka truths itoke loud.
From moot courts to real courts, from notes hadi judgments, We are the future councils with real arguments. Na hii law school, si tu ya bricks and walls, ni foundation ya future leaders watakao answer when justice calls. So leo tunaposema launch, tuna ignite something bigger. A fire, intellect na courage itaendelea kuwaka ikizidi kuwa brighter. Tuko ready.
Si kesho, si later,
but now, because Tharaka Law School
is not just producing lawyers, it is producing game changers.
To the future legal justice, we are ready.
To our mentors, we will not let you down.
Thank you.
Hey, that's wonderful. Can we kind of applaud them again? The incoming lawyers, judges, advocates, and we thank God. Tharaka University moving forward in that direction. Thank you very much. And this time round now we'll have music or dance led by Emmanuel Mwendwa. The other name that he uses is Scatterboy, aka Scatterboy. Okay, the stage is yours. And then after that, the dancers, the Tharaka community dancers, I believe you are ready.
Thank you for this opportunity. All the protocol observed. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Emmanuel Mwendwa. I go by the name Scatterboy. Hiyo ni jina la usanii. I want to perform a song here called Tharaka University Chuimara. It is a second version. I have two versions of that song. The first song is officially dedicated to our Vice Chancellor, but now I want to perform the one which is general. So it's a cappella. I just perform without musical instruments. So kindly pay attention. Ebu nenda zunguka kote kila kona duniani, ukitafuta chuo bora zaidi ya Tharaka Uni, utopata kimoja, maana si hatuna kopi. Sifa zetu za kipekee tunamiliki sisi tu. Ona chuoni mazingira kama Ulaya, hatuna usemi, masomo yanapamba fire. Hata wahadhiri chuoni wako tuli hawatagwaya. Tuna kidimbwi kama feni, joto likiwaka fire. Kwenye talanta ni nguzo, tunafadhili michezo kama handiboli, volleyball, kandanda na nyinginezo. Haki za wanafunzi tunatetea, walimu na wafanya kazi. Na ndo maana sisi wote tunasema mbele, sote twasonga mbele. Tharaka Uni kwetu elimu ni uhuru. Jitihada, mshikamano, umoja ndo nguzo yetu. Tunaeneza uzalendo, amani, upendo, dua zetu. Hakuna chuki Tharaka, wala ubaguzi kitabaka. Tumeunganishwa na baba Profesa Peter Muriungi. Chuo chema ni gani? Mazingira safi ni wapi? Waadhiri wema ni wapi? Wanafunzi tuli ni wapi? Chuo chema ni gani? Mazingira safi ni wapi? Wahadhiri wema ni wapi? Wanafunzi tuli, na ndo maana tunasema mbele, sote twasonga mbele. Tharaka Uni kwetu elimu ni uhuru. Sasa wote Tharaka Uni tusimame imara, imara, imara. Kila mtu imara, kwa pamoja tusonge mbele, tusonge mbele. Imara, imara, kila mtu imara, imara. Hata wahadhiri wote, wanafunzi tusonge mbele, yani kwa pamoja tusonge mbele. Thanks a lot. I love you all.
Thank you very much, Scatterboy. I wish to recognize the presence of the chief guest, Honorable Justice Katwa Kigen. Karibu sana kwetu Tharaka University. So at this time, let's have the last presentation, but not the least, the traditional dancers. This is one of the teams from the Tharaka community to present. There are several. So Kanyambo, karibuni sana, and you just perform around here. Welcome. And then after that, the TUSA leaders, just as some bit of introduction. Welcome. Wonderful, they can perform great things, this wonderful, rich culture. This point, I will invite the TUSA leaders. We have the executive, those who are present. Kindly, you can come in front just for 1 minute. The TUSA leaders. Let's appreciate the leadership of the students in Tharaka University. They are here. The chairman, in 1 minute, will just say something, and after that, we'll end this session. I'm also a part of them as the Dean of Students.
Thank you very much, Daktari, because of this chance. We are the TUSA leaders present before you. At this moment, allow us to present just a small thing that we have prepared as TUSA leaders. My name is Kennedy Mwaneki. I'm the chairperson of the TUSA Council. The chief guest, Mr. Chancellor Sir, the Vice Chancellor, invited guests, Senate members, teaching and non-teaching staff, students of the Great Tharaka University, all protocols observed. What a beautiful day. It is a great honor and privilege for me to stand before you today as the chairperson of the Tharaka University Students Association. During this historic occasion, the launch of the School of Law at Tharaka University. On behalf of the entire student fraternity, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the University Council, management, staff, and all the stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to make this dream a reality. Today marks more than the launch of a new academic school. It marks the beginning of a new chapter in the growth and transformation of our university. It is a testament of the power of vision, determination, and collective commitment towards excellence. Allow me to particularly appreciate our Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Muriungi, together with the university management team and the TUSA leadership, for their visionary leadership Under your stewardship, Tharaka University has continued to expand its academic offerings, strengthens its infrastructure, enhance research and innovation, and position itself as a competitive institution of higher learning, not only in Kenya, but across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this milestone, we cannot ignore the remarkable journey that Tharaka University has undertaken to reach this point. From its humble beginnings to becoming a full-fledged public university, the institution has experienced tremendous growth in student enrollment, academic programs, physical infrastructure, and institution reputation. The magnificent facilities we see today, the increased number of students choosing Tharaka University, and now the establishment of the School of Law are clear indicators of a university that is steadily moving forward and embracing its destiny as a center of academic excellence. This transformation has not happened by chance. It has been driven by strategic leadership, dedicated staff, supportive stakeholders, and students who continue to believe in the vision of this great institution. To my fellow students, as beneficiaries of these opportunities, we have a responsibility to protect and promote the image of our university. We must love our institution, take pride in it, and serve as its ambassadors wherever we go. The reputation of a university is not built by buildings alone. It is built by the character, discipline, integrity, and achievement of its students and alumni. Let us therefore uphold the values of sustainability, excellence, timeliness, integrity, and transparency. Set it. To the student of the School of Law, you are in a noble profession that carries immense responsibility. The society we envision, a just and equitable society, requires lawyers who are resilient, ethical, courageous, and committed to serving humanity. May this School of Law nurture such leaders and professionals. As I conclude, I once again congratulate the university management, the School of Law, and all stakeholders for this remarkable achievement. May this launch serve as a foundation for greater accomplishments, and may the School of Law become a beacon of justice, integrity, and excellence for generations to come. Long live Tharaka University. Long live the university spirit. Long live TUSA. Thank you very much because of this opportunity. We appreciate a lot.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the leadership? This is a wonderful team working very closely with the administration, and they are part of this great team. So it has been an honor to be in this session. My name is Dr. Shandra Kimunanu, the Dean of Students. So at this point, let me invite my co-MC, Wakili Faith Japan, who is the legal officer for the university. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Welcome.
My Lord and our chief guest, allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Faith Japan. I am the university legal officer, and I'm also a council member. My Lord, allow me to also recognize the presence of our president, Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama. Ladies and gentlemen, we now transition to the official speeches of this momentous day. And to kickstart this session, it is my distinct honor to invite the visionary leader who will steer this new vessel of legal scholarship to the greatest heights ever witnessed in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Dean of the School of Law to come forward.
He is an accomplished academic, legal scholar, and advocate with extensive experience in legal education, research, and institutional development. He is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, admitted to the Roll of Advocates in 1978. He has also consulted for international and regional organizations, including the World Bank Group and the International Labour Organization, as well as several government and civil society organizations across Africa. He currently serves as an associate professor and Dean of the School of Law, Tharaka University. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Maurice Okech Owiti.
Thank you. As has been said, I would also like to ride on the protocol as observed by our MC. So I would say all protocols observed. You will hear a lot about what we think about this university in virtually every speech that comes from us. So get ready to hear it again. Under the visionary leadership of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Muriongi, Tharaka University has experienced remarkable growth in infrastructure, academic programs, student enrollment, research, innovation, and community engagement. The university continues to uphold the highest standards of transparency, accountability, and institutional performance. The establishment of the School of Law represents yet another milestone in the university's journey towards academic excellence and national impact. The School of Law will not only serve Tharaka University, but will also contribute to strengthening access to legal education, justice, leadership, and public service within Tharaka Nithi County, the Eastern region, and Kenya as a whole. The mission to establish the School of Law began in 2023 when our Vice Chancellor established a committee under the guidance of Professor Mary Karuri, chaired by Charles Murigi, to spearhead the development of the Bachelor of Laws, or LLB, program. Within 8 months, the committee successfully developed the curriculum and program documents, which, under various stages of review, stakeholder engagement, and approval by the University Senate in 2025. The accreditation of the program by the Commission for University Education and licensing by the Council of Legal Education in the same year reflect the quality, rigor, and national relevance of the school's vision. The school stands as a dynamic and fast-rising institution committed to excellence in legal education, research, and professional training. It admitted its pioneer class for the 2025-2026 academic year under the able stewardship of the then acting dean and chair of department, Dr. Charles Murigi. Charles, please stand up if you don't mind. Thank you for acknowledging Dr. Murigi for his steady stewardship of the school. These students are currently in year 1, semester 2, and they are having their exams in the next 1 week. For us, the pioneer students hold a special place in the university and its history. Their courage, confidence, and commitment, as demonstrated in the presentations you have watched and heard today, have laid the foundation upon which future generations of legal scholars and practitioners will build. I would like all the students of the School of Law to stand up for recognition. All the students of the School of Law, Tharaka University. Now, I will stop the clapping because these are the reasons we are here. So I'm going to request for 5 claps, very special. When I say 1, get ready, you do 1. When I say 2, you do 1, 2. When I say 3, you do 3. When I say 4, you do 4. And the last one is 5. Very special. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the longest clap you're going to have in this room. There are going to be others. Thank you. Have a seat. The school's academic staff include Dr. Mwirigi, whom we have just acknowledged, who continues as the chair of department, and Mr. Ronald Momanyi Ojuku, who is the examination officer, and Mr. Felix Okech, who serves as moot court trainer. We have 2 members of the administrative staff. Could I request all the members of staff of the School of Law to please stand up wherever you are. Thank you very much. Now we are going to give 2 claps. You can see we are going further down. And those 2 claps are going to be 1 and then 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Thank you. The official launch marks a historic milestone in the growth of Tharaka University. It is a celebration of vision, teamwork, perseverance, and achievement. It reflects the collective efforts of the University Council, represented here, management staff, students, regulators, also represented here, partners.
He is a distinguished scholar, accomplished academic.
Believed in the dream of establishing a school of law at this university. The launch committee, appointed by the Vice Chancellor and comprising representatives from across the university, worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this historic occasion. At this stage, I would like to call upon the members of the launch committee. Then I will call upon the others. Members of the launch committee, please stand up, wherever you are. Thank you very much. Just stay standing, please. Stay standing. I would also like to request all the coordinators of the different departments which have contributed to this occasion. We have had about 3 or 4 meetings with you. Please just stand up wherever you are. Catering and everything else, the estates, please, wherever you are, stand up. Now, you can imagine that the majority of them are still working because we are continuing. So, I would like to give them 3 claps. Again, in the same tradition. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Now, this is a very important occasion, not just for us who are in the School of Law, but for Tharaka University as a whole. And it is important for us to appreciate that very many of us have traveled long distances to be here with us. So I want to welcome all of us to this historic launch of Tharaka University. And thank you all for taking your time to be here. And thank you all for being part of this important milestone in the university's journey in pursuit of excellence. As fellow advocates would say, I rest my case, but with another clap. Can we all please stand up, if you don't mind? Yeah, let's wait a little. All of us are here because we care, because we are committed to this university. So I would like us to simply warm our hands and give a huge, huge 1 clap that even this tent will say, I have heard you. 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean, for those most profound and welcoming remarks that certainly set a brilliant tone for the future of Tharaka University School of Law. Now, my Lord and our chief guest, moving forward with our university protocol, I would like to invite the custodian of our academic programs, standards and excellence. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm academic welcome to our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic research and student affairs. Welcome, DVC.
Thank you so much. The chief guest, Mr. Chancellor Sir, allow me to read on the established protocols and once more welcome you to Tharaka University. Feel you're in the right place. My name is Professor Veronica Nyaga. I'm in charge of academic, research, and student affairs. This is a great day for all of us, our chief guest, and we feel honored today for accepting to join us to this occasion as we launch the School of Law. This occasion marks a significant milestone in the growth and the development of our university. As a university, we are committed to providing quality, relevant, and transformative education, especially in the ASO areas. This university is in the arid and semi-arid lands. That is the location, and we are proud for that. Tharaka University was chartered in the year 2022 as a university, and so far we've really grown. The academic programs have continued to increase, and we are expanding in different ways, including the infrastructure. And the enrollment is also increasing, the enrollment and the admission of the students. Currently, we have a total population of 13,000 students, and in the coming year, or this year, September, we are expecting over 6,000 students. Can you clap for our university? Currently, we've got 7 faculties, inclusive of the School of Law, which is the most new school in our university. We've got the Faculty of Health Sciences, is also a new coming up faculty. Already we have students, and we have the new intake. In September, we'll be having very many students. And in this faculty, we have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. We also have clinical medicine, and we have several health-related programs. Very soon, we are going to have medicine and surgery department. Very well to our VC. We've also got the Faculty of Education, which is really expanding too. We have got the Faculty of Business Studies. We've got the Faculty of Life Sciences and Natural Resources. We've got the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. We have also got the Faculty of Physical Sciences, Engineering, and Technology. And in this faculty, we are initiating the engineering programs, which are already in a good progress. So the university actually is expanding steadily. In our curricula, we incorporate the component of the modern technologies. We have the artificial intelligence, which is part of, we've included in our policies so that we are able to do the program very well. We also have the component of the CBE, the competency-based education, whereby we are guided by the Commission of University Education framework on CBE, that is for the programs, and we've continued to equip our instructors with the appropriate digital skills. Our programs are market-driven and very competitive. We are so much involved in training students on experiential learning. During this semester, our students are out on practicum, others are on industrial attachment. For the School of Education, they are on teaching practice. So every student, especially the down at the 4 years, are busy at this time. We also look forward to improving our laboratories as we look forward to the STEM-oriented programs. So we are really practical in our teaching as we embrace the CB programs or the framework of teaching. The university has become an economic hub for this community. The community really appreciates the growth of this university and the relationship between the university and the students, and also all of us as a community is very well. We work very well with the community, and the community supports greatly this university. That's why we stand. We look forward to creating much impact to the community, because we cannot thrive if the community is not well taken care of. The university has very well-structured programs, exchange programs for both the students and for both the academic students and the postgraduate students, and also our members of our staff. We have international programs because we have to go global. We have a very vibrant international office on linkages and partnerships. Our members have attracted great funding from international organizations, and these programs are well structured in a way that we are able to accommodate international students and also our members to go out there for exchange programs. And therefore, we really thank the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Education, the Commission for University Education, and all the stakeholders for the support of this great university. We are very grateful for the support to the launch of the law school, which is the most new school that we have, and we are seeing ourselves going far. We are a divine university, and maybe that's why we are moving great. Thank you so much. Welcome to Tharaka University. Now, with those few remarks, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter K. Muriongi, to invite the guest and also make a speech. Thank you.
He is a distinguished scholar, accomplished academic leader and teaching experience, passionate about transforming young minds and empowering communities. He has dedicated his career to advance. He is a distinguished scholar, accomplished academic leader and educator with over 15 years of university teaching experience, passionate about transforming young minds and empowering communities. He has dedicated his career to advancing academic excellence, research and mentorship. As Vice Chancellor of Tharaka University, he has championed environmental sustainability, strengthened strategic partnerships and aligned academic programs with national and local development priorities. Under his leadership, the university has earned recognition for exemplary governance, ethnic diversity and compliance, and financial accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming the Vice Chancellor of Tharaka University, Professor Peter K. Muriongi.
So, thank you very much, Professor Nyaga, for that brief introduction about Tharaka University. I want to start by recognizing the guests who have joined us today. First and foremost is our chief guest, Justice Katwa Kigen. I think he'll be back in a while. Can we clap for him? He's a judge of the Court of Appeal. We also have his colleague, Brown Kairalia Muronge. He's a judge of the Court of Appeal and is a son of this region. We want to appreciate him. We have our Chancellor, Professor Atemo Mishieka, very supportive. Through his support, we got 20 million funding from the Chandalia Foundation to build an innovation hub. We are very grateful. I want to thank our Chair of Council, Professor Peter Keyoro, and the council members for being here. I want to thank the Chair, the Law Society of Kenya, Charles Anjama, and his team. And we want to thank you for giving us a very good university lawyer, who is also a council member. I want to thank the Chair of CLA, Professor Collins Ondote. They were part of our accreditation process. Maybe I can have the other list. We recognize them. We have Professor Simon Duranira, the DVC Academics, Meru University. We clap for him. We have Professor Kellen Kiambati, the DVC Finance, Karatina University. We thank them. We have Professor Ellen Beria, Principal, Jomo Kenyatta University Karen Campus. We have Dr. Johanna Mambo from the University of Embu. I think he's the Dean, the School of Law. Dr. Wilson Gigi, an advocate and Chair, Department of Commercial Law, University of Embu. We have Dr. Asante Felix, Exam Coordinator, the School of Law, University of Embu. You can see the University of Embu have supported us very much. They are our sister institution. We have Dr. Rosemary from Kenya Methodist University. We have Teresia Wavinya, LSK Vice President. We clap for her. We have Vivian Ejase, LSK Council Member. We clap for her. We have Effie Sheila Achieng, Council Member, the Law Society of Kenya. You can see the Law Society of Kenya has given us a lot of support, and that is because of the link we have with our legal ward officer. We have Benson Maina, Land Registrar, Ministry of Lands. He's also a lawyer. He's based at Marimanti. We have Mwiti Gitonga, advocate. Kinjaro, Jero and Company advocates. We have Honorable Murango Mwenda, an advocate, we clap. We have Wakoko Wangila, an advocate, we clap for them. We have Ken Odwall, an advocate. Andrew Alunyaro, an advocate. Moreth Kanampio, an advocate. Kenneth Mishieka, an advocate. George Mushe, an advocate. Kijaro Benson, an advocate. Martin Kiogora, legal officer. You see, so we have very many advocates here today. So whatever we say, we have to be very careful. You can land us in trouble. Okay. So we'll continue recognizing other guests. We also have our DVC Finance, Professor Miruka. Oh, there are very many. We have invited high schools. We have Mangu High School, where we are expecting potential lawyers to come from. They are here. We have Tharaka High School. We have St. Pakita Chukangao's High School. We have Gatonga Boys, our neighbor. They are the ones who gave us this land to build the university. We have Mbukoni High School. We have Gashiongo High. We have Kiumbe Junior. And we have Celestial Mining. We have Jonathan M. Mukundi, the CEO, Singa Holdings. David Gitonga Gaicho, Branch Manager, Centenary Circle. We have CPA Lisa Gitare, Branch Manager, Transnation Circle. We have Ann Wilson, Office Manager, the CDF Tharaka. Mokish Mukesh Shah, Chukaridho stores. I can see him there. He supports us a lot. The DVC from Embu University, we recognize you. Welcome, sir. That is great support. So I'll make very brief remarks because we want today to be the day of the chief guest so that he can talk to us. Distinguished Judge of the Court of Appeal, Justice Katwa Kigen, your colleague judge, Justice Brown Murungi Kairaria, the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Charles Kanjama, our Chancellor, Professor Atemo Mishieka, the Chair of the Council, Professor Peter Keyoro, and the Council members, distinguished advocates, staff, parents, students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are very proud as the family of Tharaka University. This morning, we are not merely launching a school of law. We are opening a door that many people from this region never imagined would exist. A door through which generations of dreamers, advocates, judges, and defenders of justice shall pass. History is really made in comfort. It is made when people dare to build where others doubt, when institutions choose courage over convenience, when a university in a semi-arid region of Kenya refuses to be defined by geography and instead chooses vision. For decades, they said, law schools belong in cities. Law schools belong to the elite. Law schools are not programs for places like Tharaka. Today, Tharaka University respectively disagrees. Today, from the heart of this great region, we declare excellence knows no postcode. Talent knows no geography. Great lawyers can and will emerge from every village, every town, every dusty road, every humble home, and every corner of this beautiful nation. This is why this launch is not merely an academic achievement. It is a social justice project. It is a determination or a declaration that access to legal education must be broadened. It is a commitment to training lawyers who understand not only law, but also the realities of ordinary citizens. Lawyers who know what it means to struggle, persevere, and rise. Lawyers who are resilient. Our theme, training resilient lawyers for a just and a sustainable and equitable society, is not just a slogan. It is a mission. The future lawyer we seek to train must possess more than legal knowledge. They must possess character. They must possess courage. They must possess compassion. Because society does not need lawyers who merely know statutes. Society needs lawyers who can defend justice when it is unpopular, protect the vulnerable when it is difficult, and uphold the rule of law when it is under pressure. To our students, you have chosen a noble but demanding profession. There will be nights when cases seem endless and textbooks heavier than ambitions. When that moment comes, remember this day. Remember you belong here. Resilience is not the absence of difficulty. It is the determination to keep moving forward despite obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, as we launch this school of law, we look forward to the future. Kenya stands at the threshold of enormous resources and opportunities in natural resources, extractives, environmental governance, and sustainable development. The legal disputes of Africa will increasingly move towards mining, which is our niche area, and we have a key program on mining in our law program. So they involve mining, climate justice, land rights, and energy transition. I therefore envision a future where the Tharaka University School of Law becomes Africa's center for mining and mineral resources law. A center that shapes policy across the continent. A center that produces experts capable of advising governments, multinational corporations, communities, and international institutions. A center whose research includes legislation not only in Kenya, but throughout Africa. So that future begins today. To the LSK President, Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama, and the advocates gathered here, this is the beginning of a partnership. Come back tomorrow. Take our students as interns. Let them carry your files. Let them watch you cross-examine. Let them learn from the best. To Honorable Justice Katwa Kigen and the judiciary, send your judges and magistrates to guest lecture and open your courtrooms to our students during your judicial attachment so that they may learn directly from the administration of justice. And to everyone who is here today, do something. Sponsor a legal aid clinic. Adopt a student and train them. Ladies and gentlemen, years from now, when distinguished judges are delivering landmark judgments, when senior advocates are arguing constitutional petitions, when policy makers are drafting transformative laws, and when defenders of justice are standing for the vulnerable across Kenya and beyond, I hope some of them will say proudly, I began my journey at the Tharaka University School of Law. When that day comes, we shall know that this launch was not about a building, a program, or a ceremony. It was about possibility. It was about courage. It was about justice. It was about believing that from this land, under these skies, and from this university, a generation of resilient lawyers would rise and build a more just and equitable society. Today, we do not only launch a school of law, we light a torch of knowledge, a torch of justice, a torch of hope. And long after the applause of this day has faded, long after these speeches have been forgotten, that torch will continue to shine through every graduate who uses the law to protect the weak, defend the truth, and advance the cause of humanity. Let history record that on this day, the Tharaka University did not simply open a school of law, we opened our future, and that future begins now. May God bless the Tharaka University School of Law, may God bless the Tharaka University, and may God bless Kenya. Okay. So, after those brief remarks, I want to, before we go to the formal program with the Chair of Council, I've seen some visitors who are here. Wazee wa Njuri Ncheke, wako wapi? Wanakuja kwa wengi. They are involved on alternative dispute resolution, and they are very important. So I'll request one of them just to wave. We work with them. When we started this university, they are the ones who went to State House and said that Tharaka University must be started. So I would request one mzee to just come, greet on behalf of all the other wazees.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, Tharaka University, Professor Kinyume Muriungi, our guest of honor today. And the other protocol observed. Kwa majina naitwa Alphonse Kamwara, National Vice Chairman Njuri Supreme Council of Amero Elders. Nimekuja hapa tu just to introduce Njuri Council of Elders. Nitaanza na Tharaka North members. Tharaka North sub-county. Start up where you are. Our members of Njuri Tharaka North, Mukodhima sub-county, Yakariga sub-county, Tharaka West, from there, mgeni wa heshima ngarawayo ya waone, but the Njuri members, ningelipenda tu kutoa sauti moja kabla siyashukuru university. Njuri nekolia. Njuri nekolia. Hiyo ni salamu za wazee Njuri. Baada ya hiyo, mgeni wa heshima, nita-introduce Regional Council. Tharaka Regional Council. Mpitiro uongo, mate. Regional Council. Hawa ni wazee ya Tharaka Regional Council. Kaa chini. Supreme Council members, nikiweko mmoja. National Council, ama Supreme Council. Tuko watatu, tunakuanga wane. Baada ya hapo kaa chini. Baada ya hiyo, nita-introduce Senior Council members ya Njuri Ncheke. Wale ambayo Professor amesema, walienda Nairobi State House. Ningeliomba tu wasimame. Ikiwezekana. Thank you. Njuri Ncheke, hata Professor Njokako, Professor Kinyume Muriungi, however amesimama. Kuna wale dignitaries ambaye Njuri Ncheke members tuko na hawa hapa. Ninaomba tafadhali wasimame. Mheshimiwa Mrangamwenda, wa senior member Njuri Ncheke. Pia wewe ni wakili. Mheshimiwa Kitonga yuko ya Njuri Ncheke. My Lord, Justice, please, kwa unyenyekevu. Huyu ni our senior member of Njuri Ncheke. Thank you, sir. Nikimalizia hapo, nikushukuru Tharaka University kwa sababu umekubali kufanya kazi na wazee Njuri Ncheke. We are not much more educated, but we have managed to make many more to be educated. So, yangu nitasema, thank you. University kuna members ya Njuri Ncheke wengi. Mimi nikiwa National Vice Chairman nimesema, tumeshukuru Professor. Anytime tulipotoka Nairobi, tulisema ukituhitaji tutakuja kusupport wewe. Otherwise I say thank you. Njuri Ncheke.
Thank you very much, wazee wa Njuri Ncheke. I'll also invite for 1 minute Professor Njoka. He is my mentor. We started as a constituent college of Chuka University, and they supported us heavily. So, Professor, Na usiseme unasimama gavana. So this is not the right. Okay.
Asante sana, Professor Muriungi, the VC of this university. Our chief guest, Honorable Justice Kato Kigen, our Chancellor, our Chairman of the Tharaka University Council and his council members, the Vice Chancellor of Tharaka University and his staff, the Tharaka University fraternity, university students, judges, magistrates, lawyers, the community, Njorincheke elders, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that I am the founder of this university together with Professor Muriungi. There is a time when we met in my house in Chuka, and the visitors were Professor Muriungi and Professor Kindiki, who is our deputy president. I told them that we needed an institution that can bring impact in Tharaka. We discussed and we looked at the possibility. They said it may not be possible. I told them it will be possible. And it became possible. They supported everything. I would like to mention that this institution has gone from grass to grease. It was just a thicket that was around this place, which was cultivated. It had nothing. And because of the able leadership of Professor Muriungi, we now have a fantastic international university. I'd like to mention one or two ones. As the founder, I have come to bless this institution because if it moves without my blessings, it may not prosper. I am here today feeling honored to witness the launching of the law school. This is an historic milestone in the history of this university. This university has grown from a humble beginning.
He is a distinguished scholar and leader in higher education. He has served with distinction as Dean of the School of Open and Distance Learning, where he spearheaded key reforms in flexible learning and digital curriculum delivery. He has extensive international research experience, including collaboration with Washington University.
The launching of this school demonstrates the university's commitment to professional development and service to community by preparing knowledgeable legal professionals committed to the rule of law. Students who will be in this school will be very lucky because they will be taught and mentored by competent and committed lecturers. It is sacrosanct that our students stand very well. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Kenya, which provides funds for the growth of this university, the university leadership, governing council, partners, and all stakeholders whose vision and diligence have made this dream a reality. May this institution produce professionals of high standards of professionalism and ethical conduct. May the Almighty God bless this law school, bless this divine university, and Kenya at large. Finally, I would like to request you to pray for me because in 2027 I will be running for governorship. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Njoka. The DVC from the University of Embu, you can come and just, your VC is the chair of the VC's committee, just to, and tell him we are very grateful.
The chief guest and standing on all protocols established. I want to take this humble moment first to deliver the greetings of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Daniel Mogendi Jiro, who is the chair of the Vice Chancellors, public universities. He was to come today, but because of call of duty, he told me at 7:17, because he is not able to come here, to dress quickly and be here so that I can come and support the sister university. Reason being, Tharaka University we are conjoined. Our brotherhood, sisterhood is undefinable. We are so close, such that their functions become our functions, and our functions become our functions. So please receive the greeting from University of Embu. And with those remarks, I want you to wish you well. God bless Tharaka University, and also God bless the University of Embu. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the council to come, the council of Tharaka University, with our chair, Professor Keiyoro. They will introduce themselves. Then the chair will make some remarks and then introduce our chancellor to make it.
He is a distinguished scholar and leader in higher education. He has served. He is a
Good afternoon. I made a special request as a chair to have this team with me when we are presenting our note to you. And we thought it is important that you know that this group work behind the scene, as it is, to make Tharaka University what it is. So we have from there, you know, the gentleman.
My name is Peter Moriungi, the Vice Chancellor at Tharaka University.
My name is Emmanuel Ngetuny, Council Member.
Jemima Onsare, representing the PS, Higher Education and Research.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isabel Joy Ocheng. I represent the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury.
Good afternoon. Doranira Zimango, Council Member.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edith Anjoe, Council Member, Chair HR.
Good afternoon, Tharaka University family. My name is Ruth Charity Wanyonyi, Council Member, Chair Finance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Issa Mohammed, Council Member, and also a member of HR Committee, a member of Finance Committee. Thank you.
If you don't mind, can we serve there as I present what you have told me to do? Distinguished Judge of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Katwa Kagan, the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Counsel Charles Katemo, the Chancellor of the University, Nairobi, that is Professor Misheka, distinguished advocates, members of academia, parents, students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let's say, as a team here, that there are moments when history ceases to be something we read about and becomes something we create with our own hearts. Today is such a moment. Beneath the skies of this Syrian semi-arid land, Tharaka University writes a new chapter for legal education in Kenya and the future of justice in Africa. As a University Council, we stand before you humbled, proud, and profoundly hopeful as we officially launch the Tharaka University School of Law. Ladies and gentlemen, great institutions are built not merely with stone and steel, but with courage, the courage to imagine what others cannot yet see. When the idea of the law school in this region was first conceived, some saw distance, others saw hardship, but possibly where others even saw limitations. Today, the Tharaka University stands as a living proof that intellectual greatness can rise from every corner of Kenya. This school was not created to imitate existing institutions, that was we have learned. It was created to speak directly to the defining legal questions of our generation: environmental justice, land governance, sustainable development, natural resource management, and peaceful resolution of conflict. For ours is a mirror of where the struggle for justice intertwined with the struggle to protect the earth itself. Climate change is reshaping human survival. The advocates of the future must become defender of sustainable and a guardian of human dignity. That is the philosophy upon which the school is founded. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest responsibilities of University Council is to safeguard dreams. This school shall become a center of thought, a sanctuary of ideas, a meeting point between African wisdom and modern legal scholarship. And what is remarkable is that all this is happening here in the region, once spoken of only in the language of hardship. Today, Tharaka changes that narrative. This does not ask for recognition. It commands it now. Greatness is not born in comfort alone. Sometimes it emerges from struggle, resilience, and communities that survive difficult seasons without surrendering their dignity. To the students, you are entering a profession of enormous responsibility. The role can heal society. It can also destroy trust when placed in hands without integrity. As you pursue excellence, never forget the deeper calling of humility, ethics, and service. Carry yourselves with honor. True success is measured not only by achievement, but by the lives you uplift along the way. May God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, on behalf of the Chair of Council, I invite our Chancellor, Professor Atemo Mishieka, to address us.
He is a distinguished scholar and passionate advocate for academic excellence. He brings with him a wealth of leadership experience, vision, and dedication to the advancement of higher education and research in Kenya. He currently serves as the Chair of Board of Trustees of the National Research Fund of Kenya, where he continues to champion innovation and scholarly growth. As the inaugural Chancellor of Tharaka University, he has played a pivotal role in steering the institution towards becoming a center of innovation, integrity, inclusivity, and community service. Please welcome Professor Emeritus Atemo Mishieka.
Really, I didn't expect this. I was telling my chair there that he should have left his council members to stay with me and avoid loneliness, but I shall withstand. Your Excellencies who are here, really very senior persons in this country, really allow me, Honorable Kigen Katwa, to really stand on the protocol already mentioned. I recognize all of you, colleagues from universities, University of Nairobi, Moi, etc., and I do recognize you and endorse exactly what has been said by the other speakers. But just a digression, let me just introduce my daughter, who is really part of you, a legal officer. Kemundo, can you stand up and salute, please? She's part of you, and she had made a very small speech. She's a legal person. I'm not traveling with her because of problems on the highways I might be put in. But he's always there as a comforter to me in case I run into trouble that touches on legality. So thank you, Madam, for joining me. And I shall always take you places where I see danger sometimes. Let me say this to start with, colleagues. I have actually been to, this is the third law schools I have attended to be launched. The first one was KU, Kenyatta University, when I was a chairman of council. And it was held in Parklands campus. And I saw one of the lecturers actually is here. I think one of the deans is here. Yeah, he's actually there, and I was there, and they remembered me. I didn't remember you very well that time. Then I did another one in a place called Utalii College, the university called Mount Kenya University. And it was done in the afternoon, in the evening, toward the 10, 9 o'clock in the night. This one has been done broad daylight. I think you guys must really appreciate this and clap to yourselves. With the most VC, with the most attending personnel of this republic. You are talking about Kenya now, not Tharaka or Tharaka Nithi. We are only here because it is here. And we are only here because we are here. But typically and detailed, these are all the persons who matter in this country when it comes to the execution of law and the Kenya Constitution 2010. So really, to me, Vice Chancellor, Council members, and those who planned, I salute you. I may not ask you to do more clubs. My other dean did so many of them. So let me leave your hands rest for the time being. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for getting really the whole country here. Let me just go through a very interesting to me, a very emotional speech I wrote, and thanks Japan for adding something onto it. Throughout my career, really, I have witnessed strong institutions transformation, commute, and create opportunities where others see limitations, continuous limitations. Universities in particular are centers of knowledge, innovation, and character formation. They prepare citizens not only for employment, as we normally think, but also for the service, leadership, national building, and also true to that character, the spirit that we gather today, we celebrate this important achievement by the Tharaka University where we are seated in today. Mark me, a few things I'll say would have been repeated, but I'll stress much more on the ASAL area and where you lawyers shall graduate from. Let me begin by saying something from my heart, deep my heart, that I thank you all for coming to this inauguration. The world which looks at us today, they see dust. Everybody seeing this part of Kenya sees dust, drought, and a completely resilient. You got a very nice subheading. The word, and I underlined that particular word called resilience. You got to stay completely, continuously fighting a system, a body, a disease, etc. So really, this is a place with dignity. You're staying here with resilient, quiet greatness that does not need to be shouted about. People don't know about this place as much, really. When I go out, I'm always proud of saying, I come from Tharaka University. They make a correction saying, Tharaka Nithi. They know Tharaka Nithi for elections, not universities. So I tell them, not really elections now. I'm talking about a great university within the ASAL region. I'm very honored really to join you today, and for my time during the official launch of this Tharaka University Law School. It's a milestone that affirms the university's very strong growth in expanding access to quality higher education and justice-oriented scholarship. Council members, I thank you, salute you for having helped the Vice Chancellor and his deanship and the other staff to actually get this through. VC, these people matter to you. They made you go through, and I really feel great that you have seen this come through your time of service and my time as a chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of this law school demonstrates the excellence in higher education that really flourishes every part of Kenya when supported by vision, commitment, and strategic investment. Let me tell you what makes the school different. We have chosen this path particularly, and we want to look at various items within the Kenyan Constitution, particularly areas that touch on law, environment and land, protection, etc. Our people in the future here look at you as helpers. Kenyan Constitution places justice equity and rule of law to the center of the national development. At the same time, the country continues to face complex challenges, particularly, let me say this right away, on environment and environmental governance, land administration, natural resources, degradation management, and dispute resolution. And I thank Njuri Njeke for being with us every single time I come here. I admire you, Chair, and I admire you people, and you refused to make you one, but then I realized that my systems in life cannot allow you put me as one of your Njuri Njeke, but I'm not asking for that now. Thank you. That is really why Tharaka University has deliberately positioned itself as center of excellence on environmental justice, law and land, mining and mineral resources, which have been said here several times, and alternative dispute resolution. I used to be the Director General, National Environment Management Authority, and that's why this write-up of my speech here has really hinged a lot on land, environment, degradation, pollution, and destruction even of your rivers and the places of worship, places that can be of great importance to the youth and generations to come. So when you talk about law, you talk about life, you talk about existence, you talk about a future intra-generation. So you can look at a niche that can cater for you. It does not matter that when 129 of you graduating, I do hope I shall be there to graduate you proudly. So 2029, I do not know myself. But do not assume you shall all, of course, be employed, but you look for a niche that can touch your heart and that you can make a difference from this particular time. The reason why I said the whole country is here, utilize them, use them. The VCs put it very clearly. Those colleagues who are here today, please take note also yourselves. Perhaps my brother, Professor Kanjama, the chair, this is your first time here to do this. This is really your inaugural sitting, which you might want to extend to the youths and tell them, of 129 of you, I shall always respect and take you in. I'm not saying you employ all of them, but a few of them. I'm looking at him specific because I know what he can do. So really, why? Because these are not abstract subjects I'm talking about. We have resources to utilize here, and the community has got possibility of resolving some of those problems. Our goal is not simply to practice or to produce graduates. Our goal is to produce legal professionals who understand the law, uphold integrity, protect constitutional rights, and contribute meaningfully to national development. And there is the one particular point I want to mention to you. The school has given strong attention to mining, mineral resources law, an area of very detailed growing concerns worldwide. And I would wish someday, somewhere, those, my dean in School of Law, to really put a whole section of a coastline on mineralogy and the dispute resolution and the exploitation of these products from within the continent using live examples from the Congo itself and those areas where mineralogy or mining is actually done, so that you benchmark to reduce and avoid the pitfalls, the problems experienced by those that are now doing mining. Through these programs, really, we aspire to really nurture lawyers, you people, who serve the community within the institutions, the nation, and you distinguish yourselves as professionals who will promote justice, strengthen the government, come in and help shape a more equitable and sustainable future for Kenya and Africa. When I used to be in NEMA, we really did something called equitable distribution of materials of property. It's a protocol we did in Montreal, and it's heavy. You may wish in your law classes at some point, look at ABS, access to equitable distribution of natural resources within an area.
find out the statistics that go in on, for example, the Masai Mara, equitable distribution, access to resources that are in a particular county, how much of those do they actually utilize and use to benefit equitable benefiting of a resource within a county and a nation to allow for that resource help those who comfortably and nicely allow for nurturing and keeping that resource flowing through. Check on that ABS, access benefit sharing of a community, and my dean, someday, somewhere, before I finish my tenure, I shall come and look for that unit course specific. I promise. BC, remind me to dig into that as a person now talking on environment. Salam. So really, let me say this. When we talk about alternative dispute, who are here, tradition, knowledge, mediation comes in play. VC, you are in good shape. Wisdom, dialogue, restoration, and long before the modern courts, these persons were here with us. They were making resolutions and helping us grow up. There were Zays and there were mamas those days who were actually helping us in dispute resolutions. Will that work through? Now let me share something that really fills my joy too, as many of these have done. Although the school is only 1 year old now, its programs have already attracted national interest. Like I said, this is the largest gathering I have been to in my whole academic life, really. And in particular, those that have come to launch a program of this kind. The pioneer class yourselves, 129, has successfully progressed to second year, and admissions through CUSPs have really helped you, demonstrated strong demand from schools across the country. This is a very clear indication of public confidence in the university's academic direction. You know, I used to be a chairperson of Joint Admissions Board, and as many of you seated here, vice chancellors and really many legal professionals, we were doing what is called Joint Admissions Board. And during my time, I chaired 1996, 7, thereabout. The biggest demanded course at that time, one of them, the highest flying course was law. And the University of Nairobi had it. And they were talking, great. I was at the University of Nairobi, but I was a vice chancellor of JKU. We didn't have law that time. So everybody applying, you get 7,000, 6 something numbers, and they were taking a very infinite, small number of students into law. You can understand now, every university has opened a floodgate for this particular course. It is no longer, it should have been as heavily contested as would have been other courses like in medicine, etc. But right now, you have a lot of leeway. So that's why I told you guys seated there that the 129 take advantage of the name of Tharaka University, the name of the council and my council chair, the name of the vice chancellor, and small, maybe the name of the chancellor. I can always sell you out somewhere, some way, in good faith. But you must keep your name total offload, total up with integrity. It's not what saving somebody, pushing somebody whose name perhaps has got taints, and the university has got taints. Keep going. You are known to do very well in the country, actually. Financially, student-wise, management-wise, a complete university setup from really the chancellor, senior guest of honor, all the way to the council, to the vice chancellor, to the deputy, and up to the deans and senate. Keep that going on. Just hold on to it until somebody destroys it. And if you destroy it, you will keep the good name momentarily until you continue destroying that name. Let me say this. Really, let me share something personal to you. The legal profession is close to my heart all through. I therefore urge students to pursue law, not just as a career, but a calling to serve society. That is what really I want as students to follow through and take care of the people who speak for the voiceless. Speak for the voiceless. To be voices and of reason, not noise, and not angry in words. To our panel students, I look forward to seeing you, forming history with you. Your name will be remembered. Many people shall remember you through. Show justice. Don't get into trouble by doing certain wrong things. Reconcile, study hard, humble, keep your integrity as really the precious stone. And to the advocates here, my colleagues who are here, I'm in different disciplines, the learned gentlemen and ladies seated here, I humbly beseech you really to mentor these young people, as been said by the Vice Chancellor several times. Let them hold your hands, let you hold your hands, and let the law, this school of law, be known countrywide. As Kenya advances its development agenda, the country needs legal professionals who understand the issues I mentioned earlier, land, etc. But those issues must be meted with clear understanding that you do justice to any decisions you make. Through research, which you actually should do, innovation and professional training, Tharaka University will realize, even come up much bigger, stronger toward the Vision 2030, which is not very far from this particular point. Study the economic part of it, study the economic transformation of this country, the bottoms up, then sustainable development goals, which I said a while ago. Ladies and gentlemen, as I just conclude, there are just 4 short items I want to mention to you, which, as a layman, I've just seen in the country. Customer care. When you finish, customer care, customer care. Don't take funds provided to you for safe custody, misuse it, and you end up being struck out of the registrar very quickly, and that is happening every single day in this country. Your name is your integrity, is your treasure. Keep it to yourself. Nobody uses my name for anything. Nobody uses your name for anything. As a legal person in the future, please treasure that name and treasure that integrity. The third point, serious one, is really protect the Kenyan Constitution by every means necessary. There's a man called Malcolm X, for those who read books and literature, who used today, he could do anything under his work to protect the black race in the US, using any means necessary. Just Google Malcolm X most important speech somewhere in Harlem in a place called Apollo Theater. You do your work. Protect your names to the last detail. The third, fourth one is, how do you gain confidence? Gain confidence for yourself, for the country, for anybody, by heavily protecting and adhering to the rule of law. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this finally. Today, we're here to wish you well, pray with you, join with you, and be part and parcel of the larger Kenya society. This area is fairly far from Nairobi and slightly, in quotes, remote in accessibility. Let people know that Tharaka University is accessible even through you, through your works. Let somebody in town, a legal firm, say, I would choose a student graduated from Tharaka University. May God really bless Tharaka University, School of Law, and may the Lord give us the power to go through what we go through. And I wish you all happiness. I thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I should now call the, right? VC, I need your guidance so that, oh, you want to come and help, just do that. Call the LSK. Thank you. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you very much. I will invite Chair Council for Legal Education to make his remarks.
The chief guest for today, Judge of the Court of Appeal, Judge Katwa Kigen, please allow me to adopt the protocols already laid, except for 3 caveats. Allow me to recognize 3 of my very good friends that I've seen here. First is the Chancellor for this university, Professor Atemo Micheka. I have known Professor Atemo Micheka for very many years. When he was Director General for National Environment Management Authority, we did the inaugural training for all judges of the High Court, all judges of the Court of Appeal, that eventually led to the Environment and Land Court, including judges in Tanzania. It's no wonder that one of the niche areas for this university is environment. So very nice to see you, Professor Micheka. Please allow me to also recognize the chair of your council, Professor Peter Keyoro, who we served with in the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms and did a lot of proposals for education reforms that will have implications on university education on CBC. So very good to see you. Lastly, please allow me to also recognize my teacher and my student, a very strange combination. And now you are Dean, Professor Okecho Witi. Professor Okecho Witi taught me many years as an undergraduate student at the University of Nairobi, and I had the pleasure last year of chairing his defense to be a doctor, and where he graduated and you are Dean. So very good to see you, Professor Okecho Witi. My first statement, colleagues, is on behalf of the Council of Legal Education. I would like to warmly congratulate the Tharaka University School of Law for the launch of the School of Law today. As the chair of that council, and as both the Vice Chancellor and your Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Administration and Finance may know, the accreditation of the Council of Legal Education extremely rigorous. Extremely rigorous. During that process, we had very, very many debates with both your Vice Chancellor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor. So I can actually confirm to you that the accreditation of Tharaka University is extremely well deserved. And Tharaka joins 20 other law schools in this country. It is actually the 21st to be accredited. Not like this. And it's because of a very simple fact. There are very many people who accuse the Council of Legal Education that you are accrediting everybody. And our simple answer to them is, we are not gatekeepers to the legal profession. Our responsibility is to provide an equal chance to every single Kenyan, wherever they are, to access legal education. So it cannot be, as the Vice Chancellor was saying, that the legal education is for cities. Legal education is for citizens of the Republic of Kenya. So anybody who says you are accrediting many law schools, my answer to them is, as long as a university has been accredited, they are entitled to have a law school, so long as they meet the requirements which are rigorous for the Council of Legal Education. The only caveat, Vice Chancellor, is those requirements are not a one-off event. They're a continuous event, because we will insist that you must maintain the high quality that is expected of legal education and the legal profession. So that's my first in terms of congratulations. My second comment is to thank you for your choice of niche areas. You have chosen the niche area of environment that the Chancellor has spoken about largely, and I will not repeat it, but you've also chosen the niche area of alternative dispute resolution. One of our students who was speaking here on the spoken word spoke about STAJ. I suspect the chief guest may talk about STAJ of the Chief Justice. But I watched during check. Vice Chancellor, I want to encourage you that that niche area should not just be a tick box. I would be glad to be here 3 years later and find that Tharaka Law School is actually having a model ADR center which collaborates between Jurinjeke, our students, so we can be able to ensure that law is actually a lived reality. You have a unique advantage. I saw the Jurinjeke here. Please take advantage of it so that we can all learn from you as a profession in terms of how to integrate in practice ADR between theory and practice. To the students, the Chancellor has told you, you're 129 of you, you are the pioneers. There will be many other students after you, but there will be no other pioneer of Tharaka Law School, none in this world. Please let the pioneers of Tharaka Law School leave a legacy in this world, in the legal profession. That's my only challenge to you. And you have nobody to compete with for that legacy except yourself. Please take it away. Finally, in terms of the future of legal education, and I'm sure the president of the Law Society will be speaking to it too, we are at an inflection point. We are at an inflection point where artificial technology is challenging how we practice law in the past. So therefore, as you learn law, as you teach law, Professor Kechowiti and the Vice Chancellor, please train resident lawyers, yes. But please also train innovative lawyers. Please also train ethical lawyers. Please also train globally competitive, so that when they live here, they don't just celebrate that they're from an ASAL area, but they celebrate that they've been taught by the best and they can compete with the best. With those many remarks, I want to wish you well and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very much, Professor Ondote, for those remarks. I think we have heard that we need dynamic, innovative lawyers, and the faculty have heard. So we are almost there. We are closing. So I will invite Faith Japan to introduce the Law Society of Kenya with a speech from the chair, Mr. Oscar Jama. Then one of the LSK members, just Viviane, has been sent by Honorable John Gitonga Murugara, our area member of parliament and the chair of JILAC. So you'll also give an opportunity to speak. Then after that, Honorable Morango Mwenda will come, invite Mr. Brown Kairadia, the judge of the Court of Appeal, and then Kairadia will have the honor to invite our chief guest to make his remarks. So thank you very much. You're welcome.
Renowned for his expertise in constitutional law, commercial litigation, arbitration, taxation, and governance, he has played a significant role in advancing legal practice and public policy in Kenya. His leadership, professionalism, and commitment to the rule of law have earned him recognition as one of the country's leading legal minds. Please give a round of applause for Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama.
Our chief guest, Judge of Appeal Katwa Kigen, who I started my practice of law in his office more than 20 years ago, to Judge of Appeal Karieria, to the other judicial officers who may be present, Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor,
the chair of the council and the council members of the University Council of Tharaka University, to the chair of the Council of Legal Education, our colleague, Professor Collins Odote, to all the distinguished guests. I would like to, before commencing my speech, request my fellow council members of the Law Society of Kenya to come to the front so that they can have a chance to greet you and to say a word. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon once again. The end product of training in the legal profession or in the law school is to join the legal profession as a practitioner, and the legal profession is led by a council of the Law Society of Kenya. And I'm very proud that today I have with me the Vice President and a few council members of the Law Society of Kenya. So I'll ask them to introduce themselves to you, tell them where they work, what role they have in the council, and just say hi to you. I'll begin by requesting Madam Vivian Eyase. Madam Eyase is one of the general member representatives of LSK. Karibu.
Permit me to rely on the protocols of our president. Guests, good afternoon. My name is Vivian Eyase. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm very pleased to be here today. I serve as a council member for the Law Society of Kenya between 2026 and 2028 term. Within the council, I chair or convene the committee called Legislation and Law Reform Committee. I am very, very glad to be here today. Congratulations to the Tharaka University.
One of the 4 upcountry representatives in the council is your legal officer, Faith Japan. I want her to introduce herself in that capacity.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you once again, my Lord and distinguished guests who are here. Mawakili hoye, upcountry hoye. It's a great privilege to stand here as your upcountry representative. Indeed, as the President said, my name is Faith Japan. That is my name, Middle Mutua. I usually don't say the last ones unless only when I'm wearing the council serious hat is when I say Middle Mutua. It is nice to serve the country at the National Council of the Law Society of Kenya, and among ourselves advocates will tell you that some of us would say West Pokot is the real upcountry, or is it Turkana is the real upcountry? But today, President and my colleague council members, I'm sure you have seen that the true upcountry is Tharaka, and when we bring lawyers from here and out there, it's lawyers like this one. Lawyers that my president will tell you, when we hit the ground, we get even the highest number of votes because of the confidence that the country has in us. And this is the confidence that we pray, and I ask you, my colleagues who are present here today, that we assist in instilling in our learning colleagues so that when they come from Tharaka, it will not just be from the real upcountry, but it will be the best, the finest from upcountry. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Faith. I now request one of our 3 Nairobi representatives who is here, Effie Sheila Acheng, to introduce herself.
Thank you, President. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm happy to see my members here from the 3rd row. I acknowledge you. I actually fear you. I am happy to be in Tharaka Nithi. Growing up, we used to hear Tharaka Nithi and we really feared you people because of the numbers. And today I can confirm that I am in Tharaka Nithi and I'm happy to be here. My name is Effie Sheila Achieng, a council member at the Law Society. I also convene the Young Lawyers Committee by virtue of being the youngest P105 in council. I'm happy to welcome all the upcoming advocates to the profession. It is, I think when you arrive there, you feel like you have arrived. And so we will be welcoming you when you join us. We'll be showing you the ropes as the young lawyers that you will look up to, and providing a good example to you, both in the profession and in life, to live in integrity. I've seen your theme, training resilient lawyers for a just and equitable society. I welcome you to the Law Society when the time is due. And this journey of being an advocate, all of us started in our various institutions, just like you're starting today. So despite Tharaka being far from the city, it does not mean that you will be less of an advocate. So just work hard, and when you get there, we are all equal. Hakuna wakili alisoma Tharaka, wakili alisoma Nairobi, wakili alisoma Moi. When you get there and you're an advocate, you will be meriting of being called an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. God bless you and God bless the country.
Finally, I would like to very warmly welcome and introduce the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, so that she can also make a few remarks, Teresia Wavinya Nicholas.
Thank you, my President. To our chief guest, who also happens to be my last boss before I open my law firm, His Lordship Katwa Kigen, allow me to adopt the protocols that have been laid down. My name is Teresia Wavinya Nicholas. It's such a good coincidence that my former boss was also where the President of the Law Society started his own practice at, so it means the future is bright. Well, I stand before you today as a very proud Kamba lady, and I'll be very specific by saying the lady Kamba. Today, when everybody was making speeches, what came out, especially with the issue of the theme of resilient lawyers, was the semi-arid and arid area in this place. I want to challenge the students here. This is a product of a girl who came from a semi-arid and arid place. This is a product of a girl who believed in her dreams and realized it is only her who can actually achieve it by believing in herself, so that the world can also believe in her, or the world can believe in what she's selling. So to the students today, as you have been told, you are the first class of Tharaka Nithi Law School. And you will have so many other classes, but you are the pioneer. And as the pioneer, you walk with your head held high. Don't look at the environment, don't look at the circumstances, but if you decide to look at the environment, on our way here with Council Kina Kevin, we were saying this environment has no distractions. So if you decide to focus on the environment, I am urging you students to focus on the minimal or no distractions, so that you ensure you apply everything you have to your education. Secondly, I want to appreciate the invite that you gave us as the Law Society. Mentorship is a very critical role, as the youngest council member has mentioned. And as we are welcoming you into the profession through the studying of LLB, we are also encouraging and reminding you, we are not going to leave you. We are going to walk the journey with you as undergrads. We are going to walk the journey with you as pupils. We are going to walk the journey with you as holding over. And finally, you're going to embrace you as advocates of the High Court of Kenya once you are admitted. Today, your dean said that we clap 5 times, and that was the maximum we were going to clap. May you take those 5 claps to remind you, you only have 4 years in law school, but the 5th year in KSL be the year that you determine which kind of an advocate you want to be. Because this institution will have done its job. Now, in Kenya School of Law is where you'll be able to know the kind of an advocate you want to be, and that is on the issue of ethics, on the issue of courage, and on the issue of boldness. Don't look at where you have come from, but look at what you can offer the society, because the duty to serve is embedded in all of us as advocates, and that is a duty that we need to carry with all of us, as well highlighted by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Mwirugi. Kwa hayo machache, I want to remind all of us, once we are launching this vital institution, may it be the one that will shape the next generation of legal minds, to be the next esteemed public leaders, to be the next lordships, ladyships, vice chancellors, professors, and above all, advocates whom the society can actually depend on. Thank you very much.
Before my colleagues step down, I would like to request all the advocates in the audience, advocates of the High Court of Kenya, to please rise. Please stand where you are so that you can be seen by your colleagues, all the advocates of the High Court of Kenya. So those who will be studying law, in future you will become, or you hope to become, like one of these. Let us give all these advocates, including the council members, a very warm round of applause. Thank you very much for coming. You may resume your seats. Now, my job is, as the President of the Law Society of Kenya, to start by warmly congratulating Tharaka University School of Law and Tharaka University generally on this auspicious occasion of the launch of the School of Law. I've been told that the law school, or at least the law students, are already about to complete their first year of studies, and that you have been very dedicated, very diligent, and very focused on the task ahead. And just from the few pieces, especially the spoken word, which really touched some of us and inspired us, I would like to say that your future looks quite bright, and we believe that with that commitment and dedication, you will get where you ought to get. I also want to congratulate the faculty, the leadership of Tharaka University for this great and auspicious occasion, for all that you've done to get to today when the School of Law is being launched. I heard very carefully, as the chair of the Council for Legal Education indicated, that there have been 20 other schools of law launched before this one. Each school of law has to have its own unique and distinct character. And we've heard that part of the distinct character of this university is a question of resilience and a pursuit of justice and equality. The question of resilience is very aligned to the idea of the environment as arid and semi-arid lands. And resilience is something that is important for every advocate. Having said those few opening remarks, I would like to focus my short speech on three themes: wholeness, justice, and resilience. I'll start with the question of wholeness. And I want to focus my remarks particularly on the students who are present here, both those who are part of the university and those who are aspiring to join a university like this one. And I think the remarks will also be very relevant for the faculty. John Henry Newman, 200 years ago, wrote a book called The Idea of a University. And he was reflecting on what exactly is it that makes a university a university. What makes a teaching institution a university? And he reflected on the etymological meaning of the word university, which comes from a root of two words, unus, which is a Latin word that means unity or oneness or wholeness, and vertere or versus, which means turning into one. And so a university is an institution where we develop wholeness or unity. We turn into one. And what is this wholeness that the university is talking about? First of all, a university is a place where we cultivate knowledge. We form our minds. We become learned men and women. And so the first wholeness that we get in a university is the wholeness of knowledge. Even though we get into different faculties, we are meant to broaden our minds, learn something about liberal education, something about the arts, something about the humanities, something about the sciences. So for the students who will be joining the School of Law in future, those who are already in the School of Law, when you leave the School of Law, you'll need to ask yourself, aside from the legal knowledge that I have obtained, have I cultivated my mind? Am I a cultured person? Have I read some good books, some literature, some histories? Have I read a bit of economics? Have I read a bit of philosophy? Have I engaged with some philosophical ideas? The law is a discipline that does not exist in isolation. When the law school joins a university, it contributes to the wholeness of knowledge that is being generated in that university. And so, knowledge involves dialogue. It involves exchange. And that is the first wholeness that you expect to see in Tharaka University, now that there is a School of Law here. We expect to see the impact of the School of Law not only on the law students, but on the students engaged in other learning, in other faculties, in other schools, in other departments or colleges. The law must influence and impact the learning in the university in the same way the general learning in the university must impact on the law. If there is a faculty of agriculture, then the law needs to be attuned to agriculture as a practice, agricultural law. If there is a practice or interest in ASAL areas, then there has to be a focus on environmental law among the law students. And also, in those other faculties, they must learn a bit of the law. So this is part of the wholeness that you expect the School of Law to contribute to in this institution. In a few years' time, when some of the law students here and other students will have finished their studies, they will go out there into the world looking for jobs. And they will feel that the university education has been as valuable as its ability to give them opportunities for learning or for working, for jobs. When John Henry Newman spoke about the idea of a university, he spoke about knowledge in its pure sense, liberal knowledge, learning. But there's also the second sense that is very important, and that is the reason why students and parents are ready to pay tuition fees and invest in education. That the learning is a gateway to professional practice, to vocational work, to an ability to earn a living. So when in future some of you come to our offices for interviews, you apply for jobs, one of the things you are going to do is you are going to look at your academic certificates, your grades, what did you get in campus. We'll even go back to high school, what grade did you get in high school. We'll be trying to determine your intellectual aptitude for the job at hand. But I want to tell the students something. I have been a managing partner in a law firm for more than 20 years. And throughout this period, I've interviewed cohorts of applicants coming for internship, coming for pupillage, coming for legal jobs. I spend a bit of time looking at the academic grades, but I love asking questions about extracurricular activities. What else did you do in your free time? Apart from studying law, what other skills or aptitudes do you have? What extracurricular activities did you participate in? There was time. What were you doing? Was it sports? Was it music? Did you join a moot court society? Whatever kind of activity you got into is very important for me as a prospective employer, because it tells me something about your personal development and your character formation. So when we talk about wholeness, it is not just wholeness in the sense of intellectual knowledge and completeness, but wholeness in terms of holistic formation of character and personality. What friendships have you developed in your time in campus? What knowledge have you gained outside your area of learning? What skills? What experiences? And the person who gains all those additional experiences, skills, aptitudes is the one who's more likely to thrive in the world of work out there. Because the university is a perfect laboratory for character formation. And the character that you build here is the character that serves you well in the workplace. But wholeness has a third meaning. Beyond individual knowledge, beyond character and integrity, wholeness also refers to the ability of the university to integrate the community and the peoples of the nation. And that is why every university, regardless of where located, has to attract students and faculty from all parts of the country. Every university has to contribute to that sense of togetherness, patriotism, and citizenship. So again, this is a challenge to both the students and the faculty of Tharaka University. As you affirm and assert your identity as a university in the Asal region, what role, what approach can you take to contribute to that sense of patriotism and togetherness, especially as we approach elections which tend to be very divisive, with a tendency towards negative ethnic mobilization and so on. The second theme I wanted to talk about is justice, because a law school and lawyers are ultimately professionals trained to assist the process of attaining justice. St. Thomas Aquinas, a great philosopher and theologian of the 13th century, when asked what is justice, answered that justice is to give to each person their due. Justice is not just a state. It is a continuous action. It is a continuous activity. It is a tendency. It is a habit by which you're continuously scanning the environment, recognizing what is the due of others, and being committed to let others have their due. So lawyers are the professionals who are trained in knowledge of the law to determine rights and responsibilities, to determine duties, to determine fundamental rights and freedoms, contractual, civil rights and responsibilities, and other areas of legal relationships. And so this Tharaka University School of Law, as it is being established after 1 year of experience, on behalf of the Law Society of Kenya, we are very keen to see a law school and a university where the teaching of law is done to the highest level of competence so that it can contribute to access to justice for all. In Kenya today, there have been about 27,000 lawyers admitted to the bar to practice law, out of a population of about 54 million Kenyans, which is an average of 1 lawyer for every 2,000 citizens in this country. When you look at the statistics in some of the advanced countries, the ratio of lawyers to the population is much higher. Instead of 1 to 2,000, you may find 1 to 500, 1 to 400, and so on. So the truth is, we need more lawyers in Kenya. We need more competent lawyers in this country. But at the same time, there are many young lawyers who have been admitted to the bar who struggle to find legal work, who struggle to find opportunities to serve the very people that they have been trained to serve so that they can attain justice. So there's clearly a bottleneck somewhere. There's a mismatch between tremendous amount of supply, increasing amount of supply of lawyers, and tremendous amount of demand for legal services. And I think the establishment of a law school here in Tharaka University, in an Asal area, is an attempt to try and break that bottleneck, is an attempt to try and open that bottleneck so that the lawyers who are trained can come and find the citizens who need their services where they are. And for that reason, I'm very delighted at the symbolism of the launch of Tharaka University as a school of law. Justice also means that the legal profession must contribute to the well-being of society, to build and to rebuild relationships of the people that we deal with, of our clients. Some of them cannot afford our legal services, but we must find a way of giving them legal services. Our society must find a way of mobilizing resources to enable lawyers provide legal services, as we do when citizens fall sick. We mobilize resources so that doctors can treat them. As we do when we need to build roads, we mobilize resources for engineers to design them and contractors to build them. So it is also a challenge to this university to research on how we can more effectively develop systems of mobilizing resources so that the lawyers who are well trained in Tharaka and elsewhere are able to offer legal services to the public. The last thing I want to talk about was resilience, and I would like to refer again to a great author. She's a graduate from Stanford University in the United States. Her name is Angela Duckworth, and she wrote a book about 12 years ago titled Grit, the Power of Passion and Resilience. And in that book that she wrote, she was reflecting on why is it that even after you train certain number of people in the same skill or discipline, some of them seem to succeed despite hardship, and some of them quail at hardship. Some of them struggle, some of them give up. And that is the topic of her book about grit, or the power of passion and resilience. And I'd like to encourage the men and women here in this auspicious occasion at Tharaka University to become a center where this idea of resilience is both theoretical and practical. It's not just theoretical learning, but put in place, implemented in practical and effective ways. A week ago, I was addressing 166 newly admitted advocates into the legal profession in an admission ceremony presided over by the Chief Justice. And one of the things we were discussing was the challenges that the young lawyer, as well as some of the mid-bar lawyers face. Challenges of getting adequate opportunities, adequate earnings, so that they can practice a profession with dignity. Because a profession is a noble profession. That it is not enough that lawyers are unleashed to the market unless we create an environment that cultivates the dignity of the legal profession. When I asked my colleagues in the legal profession to stand, I think you noticed several of them were smartly dressed. They looked really good. Some of them have been very successful, like our Professor Odote, who has been teaching at the University of Nairobi, chair of the Council of Legal Education. And I think many of the law students are aspiring to become like these successful lawyers. Our chief guest and our fellow judge of the Court of Appeal, we look up to them. We say, I would like to be like that judge. But it is a journey. It is not something that is automatic. There are ups and downs in the journey of career progression and progress. Universities are the first laboratory after we attain adulthood of dealing with challenges, difficulties in passing exams, taking advantage of our freedom to form friendships, to build character, to sometimes make mistakes and learn from them. And so what I would like to encourage all of us here is to see how this entire process of university life in the law school and in the other schools can cultivate resilience that allows the lawyers of the future to be able to serve their clients with dignity, both in difficult moments and in easier moments. As I conclude, I want to ask us to remember that phrase in our national anthem, justice, let justice be our shield and defender. I want to ask you to turn to your neighbor and to tell them, let justice be your shield and defender. If these words of our national anthem, if this motto of our national anthem truly becomes the motto of the legal profession in this country and of Tharaka University School of Law, then indeed we'll have attained the goal of the legal profession to cultivate justice for all. Thank you very much.
Allow me to adopt the protocols already established. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. 56 years ago, my late father received a visitor in the evening. And as I sat with them, I heard the visitor telling my father the nature of his work. He told him, where I work, if I write down and decide that you will be in prison for life, that will happen. If I write down and say you go home, you are free, that will happen. I was mesmerized as a young boy with this kind of power. I later learned that this visitor was my uncle, who was that time serving as what we used to call lay magistrates. I told myself I'll do this thing that has so much power to put people in prison and out of prison. 14 years later, I signed the Law of Advocates on the 4th of September 1984 as a lawyer. Only to learn later that law is not just about putting people in prison and taking them out of prison. For the pioneer students of the Faculty of Law here, I want you to understand from the beginning that law is a living and breathing instrument. If you look around what is happening in this country and the world over, you realize, you're constantly reminded that law is what secures our constitutional promises. It is law that protects the most vulnerable in the society. It is law that guards, protects, and checks our institutions. And you, as you go about practicing law, once you graduate, kindly always bear in mind that there is human face to every case that you are going to handle. It is not your success will not be measured by the number of briefs that you do, by the amount of money that you are going to make in the legal profession, but by the way you go about in execution of your duties as a lawyer with integrity, intellect, and kindness. That is what will measure your success as a lawyer. Your legacy will be based on that. So this is an opportunity for you. This is an opportunity for you as pioneers. You are the heartbeat of this faculty. You are about to join a profession that is profoundly noble, but has its own challenges. So for the lecturers, the professors and doctors who are responsible for these students for the next 4 years, you have a sacred responsibility. A sacred responsibility to mold the young men and women to become good lawyers, good judges, people who can be trusted by the society in whatever sphere they are going to serve, whether in the courtrooms, in the corporate world, in leadership, or in a critical investigation department of this country. They must exercise that integrity. And I want to say every day, integrity, integrity, integrity for lawyers. This is a milestone, and I want to congratulate the administration of this university. A milestone not because we are adding another department or we have started a block to host the law faculty, but because we are laying a vital foundation stone for future justice. And I pray that this faculty will become a center of legal excellence. And may God bless Tharaka University. May God bless this faculty. Asanteni sana. I have been requested to invite Ms. Ejase to relay a message on behalf of Honorable Murugara, MP for Tharaka, who is also an advocate. Before I introduce my next guest of honor.
Thank you so much, Senior. I will, in the interest of time, continue to rely on the protocols that are already established. As earlier noted, at the Law Society of Kenya, I chair or convene a committee called Legislation and Law Reform. It is a committee that interfaces the Law Society's work on legislation and advisory in that area with the Senate and the National Assembly. In that regard, I stand here as wearing a different hat in a representative capacity, representing the area MP, Honorable George Murugara, who also happens to be an astute and respected legal mind in this country, as well as chairs the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in the National Assembly. He requested me to represent him here today. He would have loved to be here, but he's away in Vienna for other parliamentary assignments. I have very brief remarks from him. I will just read it in the interest of time. The theme adopted for this occasion, training resilient lawyers for a just and equitable society, sets a powerful tone for the journey you commence today. I have just learned that the journey commenced almost a year ago, but nonetheless, it is a journey that has just commenced. This faculty commences its mission at a pivotal moment when technological evolution is at its peak. As future practitioners, now I'm addressing the young legal minds, you will be called upon to apply the law within a digital landscape that is rapidly shifting. True resilience in this context requires a mastery of both timeless legal doctrine and the emerging tools of the modern age to ensure that justice remains accessible and equitable for every citizen. To the students, I continue, says this moment, you are the architects of a new legal order. Utilize the resources of this institution to cultivate the fortitude and expertise necessary to uphold the rule of law in a complex, tech-driven world. I was very pleased to note the DVC when you intimated that the university has already adopted policy on AI. That is very crucial. As the Law Society of Kenya, under the stewardship of our President, Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama, we are very keen on equipping our members with the technological prowess and capacity, particularly the AI tools, to enable lawyers adapt in the new era. Now, on behalf of the Honorable Member Murugara, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Tharaka University for this visionary and timely endeavor. We commit to remain present to offer our support at every step going forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Council. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite one of the very intelligent, prominent lawyers in this country. He happens to come from the neighborhood here, and who is a judge of the Court of Appeal, Justice Honorable Kairadia. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Thank you, Senior Murango Mwenda, the chief guest, my brother Justice Katwa Kigen, the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor of this university, and the Council. I'm grateful to you for the invitation to come to this launch. As we have been told, I am a son of the soil. I studied in primary school at Gatunga Primary School. Probably the law students who are adventurers might know where that is. It's just down here, I think less than 3 kilometers. It's a walking distance. I'm grateful to you because it has given me an opportunity to meet many people that I haven't met in many years. And I think I need to tell the students that they are very fortunate that their dean, Professor Okech Owiti, is a very good teacher. He taught yours truly in the year 1989-90. So you're in very, very good hands. And the university has done well to open this door. I think one of the speakers mentioned that, I think it is Professor Visieka mentioned that the difficulties that they used to have when we were joining university. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the second law faculty in the Republic of Kenya was opened around 1990 or 91. I was in the class that joined the University of Nairobi 1989, and we were only 167 of us. You were around 100 and something, but there are other faculties. So you see, over the years, opportunities have been opened up. But as Mandela said, it's not what is given to us usually that makes the difference between one person and the next. It's what use you make of the opportunities that are available to you that makes that difference. I think it's Professor Gizu Mugai, when he taught us as a young lecturer, he was given an opportunity to teach us by Professor Kebuda Kebwana. And he made the remark that when he was through with us, some of us would become butchers, others touts, and others will become very great lawyers. And it is true, that has happened. Some of our classmates who did some of the things that you were being told should not be done, who did not become ethical, are not practicing lawyers anymore. So what am I saying? Students, you have an opportunity because of this door that has been opened to the acquisition of legal knowledge. But acquiring legal knowledge is not enough. To succeed, first and foremost, while you are at the university here, you need to do at least 2 or 3 things. And the first one, probably most people will not tell you about it, is to take care of yourselves. Avoid habits that will destroy your bodies. Are we together? Avoid habits that will do what? Destroy your bodies. Don't engage in the privileges that Museveni used to talk about. He says some of the students during his undergraduate days engaged in easy life, enjoying freedom now that you are no longer with your parents. Enjoy your freedom, all right, but remember not to exercise freedom without responsibility. So that's one. The other one is you need to study very, very hard. And I need to echo what one of the speakers said. I think it's Professor Odetta? That you need to study broadly. You are joining the learning profession, but to become truly learned, you need to be not just equipped with the law that you read in the textbooks. Somebody remarked that those lawyers who only have legal knowledge are mere mechanics. But if you venture out and you equip yourself with the knowledge from other disciplines, you become a better lawyer. And I would recommend especially the discipline of history and literature. Why? Because every statute that you find has an historical context, including the Constitution. Literature, because the discipline of law deals with human beings. And in literature, you find all manner of characters and all manner of social setups. So you will broaden your mind beyond the dry text of statutes. And to be frank, law can be very boring if you are only quoting what is in the statutes. Great lawyers are broad-minded people. So study hard, and don't just study the discipline of the law. Feel free to study other disciplines. And especially because we are moving into the legal profession, you are coming into the legal profession at a time when the world has become very, very competitive. You need to be innovative to survive in the world that you will get into immediately after you leave university. And I usually say that even though we have limited job opportunities, those job opportunities are not limited for good lawyers. If you are good, you are good. And anyway, if we produce many lawyers, the society is the better. Because when people are knowledgeable in the area of the law, then we are likely to have a more orderly society. Unless, of course, they become like gladiators who are engaged in, just courtroom battles, and they don't do what Maran Senior, Mr. Mulango Mwenda, said. You need to understand that law is not merely supposed to serve us. You become important and you earn your money. That is important, all right. But there is a greater goal that law is supposed to serve in society. And probably as a parting shot, don't look at the environment in which you are studying. People can spring from anywhere. And this faculty is just as good a place to begin as anywhere else in the world. I don't know how the people who organized today's program managed to hack it, but the person who introduced me here, Mr. Mulango Mwenda, was my pupil master. And the next person who spoke, I think she spoke on behalf of the chair, Jalak, Gitonga Murugara. Now, for your information, Mr. Mulango Mwenda was the first advocate from Tharaka. Gitonga Murugara, the chairman of Jalak, was the second advocate from Tharaka. And Brown Muronge Kairaria, who is speaking to you and now judge of the Court of Appeal, was the third advocate, and he is from Tharaka. So for those who have come from other places and are students here, welcome to Tharaka. And study hard. The law students, you need to get mentors from an early stage and ensure that you get good mentors. Don't get people who will just entice you into bad habits. Get people who are well-grounded. I think you and the people that Judge Kato Kigen has mentored, and they are here, including the president of the Law Society of Kenya. So ensure that you get good mentors because they will help you in the journey of becoming a good profession. And with those very many remarks, probably it's now my singular duty to invite the chief guest, who is my brother in the Court of Appeal, Justice Kato Kigen. I think it's the first day in Tharaka, Karibu Tharaka.
He is a distinguished jurist, an elite luminary of the Kenyan bar, and currently serves as a judge of the Court of Appeal of Kenya. Renowned for his formidable intellect, masterful litigation strategies, and contributions to international and domestic jurisprudence, he embodies the pinnacle of legal excellence. He embodies the pinnacle His Lordship rose to global prominence as one of few Kenyan lead counsels to successfully litigate complex cases before the International Criminal Court at The Hague. He is celebrated for litigating high-profile cases and securing landmark acquittals in intricate criminal cases. Please welcome Senior Counsel, Honorable Justice Joseph Kichumba Kigen Katwa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the students on whose behalf we're here. Good afternoon. I heard the lawyers say, I was talking to the students. Good afternoon, students. Good. Now, I will interface what I had written with what has been spoken and what I thought seems to occur to me to comment on in the course of today's proceedings. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I thank the University Council, the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, the University Senate, faculty members, and the administration for the invite. Most importantly, I thank God for this fellowship. It is with immense pride, gratitude, and optimism that we are here today as we mark and celebrate the historic milestone, vision, and dream in the growth and the transformation of Tharaka University, the official launch of the Faculty of Law. This occasion is not merely the opening of new academic unit, it is the beginning of a new chapter of incorporating legal learning in our journey as a university committed to excellence in teaching, research, innovation, and community service, which when I looked at the strategic plan for this university, the vision and the mission is in consonance with that calling for excellence, research, innovation, and community service. At this point, I am very acutely aware that I arrived a bit late. I want to blame two items for my lateness, but very importantly, apologize. The first blame I want to make is to GPS. It misled me into going a different direction. And so I think I wasted almost 45 minutes trying to find my way. The second blame goes to my brother, Justice Kariara. I told him to help me navigate my way here. And somehow he woke up in the morning, probably in the excitement of the launch, and came here directly without assisting me to find my way. And so if you are very particularly aggrieved at my lateness, you know where to place the blame, but I profoundly apologize. My lateness today is more of an exception than the rule. I normally keep time. To make up for that lateness, I know somebody has commented, but I want to offer that I will come here one or two or as many times as you invite me to make a presentation to the students either in a formal lecture arrangement or generally on a legal issue. By way of making amends also, you've heard that I must be very popular at the LSK because at least 3 or 4 members there were either my students, the chair was my student, Nicholas was my student. Nicholas, I know her more as Nicholas, I know she has a different name. And if you are surprised at the contradiction of the name Nicholas and the person, I was equally surprised when she used to introduce herself in court as Nicholas. And the other one is Japan. And you've heard the introduction of my speech. It is not as profoundly as the one Professor Machieka made, but I had him make the point that he's had the input of Japan. Unfortunately, I didn't borrow that input. Probably it would have been as profound as what Professor did. Having said that, I was on the subject of redress, assuming for one moment, and I want to blackmail them for a moment, that One of the things I did just before I was sworn in as a judge is that I voted most of the members who are now in the LSK. And so, to the extent that I still exercise some authority over the chairman, Kanjama, Nicholas, and Chapan, I am donating them that they will come and make 1 or 2 lectures, partly in line with my apology. At this point also, I want to just convey messages I was asked to come and convey here. The first one is from your county governor. County governor was my client for quite a while before I changed locations. And he asked me to come. I told him I was coming to his neighborhood, that I was asking for a visa to enter his area. And he not only allowed me to come in, but he told me to convey his best regards, his congratulations, and his commitment to walk the journey of the launch and the university with the university. The second person who very explicitly asked me to convey his wishes, his congratulations, and his commitment for the well-being of the university and the faculty is His Excellency, the Deputy President. He told me to convey his greetings. And the same way you accepted my apology, I will tell him you have accepted his greetings, won't I? And his wishes for the success of this university and his commitment to walk this journey with you. The third person who sent me his regards and congratulations and commitment is the Chief Justice. And I will request that you allow me to read the message she gave me to convey, the Chief Justice, Justice Kome. She told me to indicate that please do convey my warmest greetings to Tharaka University. I am out of the country, so I convey my apologies. I wish them success, and we look forward to partnering with the Faculty of Law to mentor the students as the future of our country. That's the message she gave me. I've read it verbatim. And so, as Professor indicated, Professor Ratemo indicated, it is very clear that this university enjoys a lot of goodwill. Just looking at the face of what has been said, yeah, indeed, as the professor said, the composition of the people who are here clearly reflects the representation of all ages, all ethnicities, all diversities in Kenya. But not only that, but more strongly that clearly it has the goodwill of the judiciary, right from the head of the judiciary. It has the goodwill of the legislature, as we've heard from the chair of Chailaka, the parliament, and the goodwill of the topmost of the executive, especially in the name of His Excellency, the Deputy President, and the governor. And so for the students, it is a very strong starting point. At this point also, I would like to, I saw everybody was recognizing their segment. I saw especially the chair, LSK was very fond of introducing the members of LSK. My LSK certificate is still live, although I didn't stand when we were invited. But at this opportunity, at this moment, may I invite all judicial officers who are here, anybody who is in the judiciary, either at the level of magistracy, tribunal, high court judge, judges of equivalent status to the high court and the court of appeal. If I could just recognize you, please, if you could stand. Thank you very much. There's a gentleman here, and the other gentleman there, my brother here, who delayed me this morning. You've not had the last of this. Okay. With that then said, I just want to distinguish particularly somebody I was very surprised to see here, Professor Okechowiti. Professor Okechowiti was my teacher I keep losing count of the years, but it should be 1992 to 1994 at the Nairobi University. Research methodology, I think that's what he taught us. And when I went to the university, I came from a place called Kiplombe, which is practically a village. I've had conversation with my brother, Justice Kairaria, and he tells me how he used to go to school barefooted and things like that, going when it is rainy, when it is sunny. We went to school the same way. But more to the point I'm making is that when we came to Nairobi University, one of the most fascinating things was the swimming pool. We would really admire people who are swimming. We really wanted to swim. And I'm saying this because most of you have commented about the distinction that Professor Okecho Witi had. But I have a different recalling of Professor Witi apart from classroom. His swimming prowess. He is a very good swimmer. And I remember he would come do 20 laps. He would do some breathing style in the swimming pool, and I really adored it. And because of that, I somehow taught myself how to swim. And so thank you, Professor, not only for knowing how not only for learning law, but also the inspiration you gave us for swimming. I just wonder whether when he came here for the interview or when you invited him, he asked whether there is a swimming pool. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that. And if it is not there, I'm sure he will pioneer the need to set up one. Okay. There's another segment of people I just want to acknowledge. Are there any people I schooled with, especially in the university? May I see if I have any classmates here? I can see one there. I didn't know that gentleman is from Jurinjeke. Okay, I don't seem to have any classmates here, but it's a fairly far-flung off place. And so it was such a pleasure to come here. Tharaka University in Tharaka Nithi. And when I was invited, the first call inviting me to come here was from Japan. And my expectation when I was coming here is to come and see the place that almost toppled the 2013 presidential elections, which we participated in together with Senior Counsel Kanjama, a place called Ikamangombe. Is it Ikamangombe? But I'm told it's not exactly where it is. But Tharaka, for the first impression I have is the 2013 elections, presidential elections, and just how significant the voters of Ikamangombe were in the 2013 elections. Now, my lateness notwithstanding, I really enjoyed coming here. I saw very nice sights. And I'm sure Professor Witi, who is inclined to physical exercise, will invite us to come and do a few hikes here and there. I really like the landscape here. And so I appear before very prominent people here, and I'm very honored to have been invited. And I stand here with a lot of humility. Tharaka University has captured in its strategic plan and mission the vision of becoming a center of excellence in research, innovation, amongst others, and importantly, while producing graduates equipped with problem-solving skills for positive societal transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I will skip parts of my speech because of the time. When the chair of LSK was making his observations, it is true that for more or less all of us who have run farms, with the proliferation, I don't know if that is the wrong word, but with the number of the schools of law that have been allowed in the area through our good friend, Professor, for the chair of CLE. With time, there is always that interest in knowing where a student graduated from. And so the challenge for both the students and the staff teaching the law is that you produce such students that the first score that a student has when he comes for an interview is he's a graduate of Tharaka University. That would be the best achievement that you could confer on this place. And it is true that when applicants come for job opportunities, your first sight is to look at academic documents. And I know quite a number of us look out that somebody has done well in languages and so on and so forth. But the other thing that I did myself, and I know quite a number of interviewers look for, is to ask the student for his thesis and ask questions about the thesis. What did you write on? What was the challenge? What was exceptional? And so as you do this journey, look out for something that is exceptional, something that is remarkable, something that is outstanding. I know it has been indicated that this university will incline itself to environmental management and conservation and mining. But please challenge all areas of law. Write a thesis that is a showstopper that will distinguish you in the profession. And in this regard, I will go to the paragraph where I discussed that. It will be a profound pride to all of us to see this faculty confronting pioneering, hosting, attracting, and leading intellectual conversations on evolving topical, social, and scientific issues nationally and internationally. And at this point, I want to pause that much as I was late, I feel very lucky to have arrived before the presentation of the students, and I was quite clearly some of the things that you really look for in students, the sense of self-confidence, the sense of aspiration, the sense of determination was very manifest from those students, both the students who presented on behalf of the Faculty of Law and also the student leadership. And some of the issues that I thought stand out for me in the current situation, and it would be good if this university could host discussions on. And please, I am saying them because they are topical, not because I have any biases towards them. And so if you feel your sensibility is offended, blame the Lord, don't blame me. Some of them include some of the issues obtaining and standing out now include that in addition to the challenges of religious fundamentalism, that one we are familiar with, that we are dealing with religious fundamentalism, terrorism, and related issues. There is the other one that affects us as a society, and that is religious exploitation and skullduggery, religious manipulation. To what extent can we interface the law, the statutes, with situations where people take advantage of people's poverty, people's disparateness in sickness, people's unfortunate appetite for aggrandizement, and all those dynamics. To what extent can the law interface with that? And so I would say that's one of the areas that this university could possibly call in people by way of confronting them, being pioneers in those discussions, hosting conversations on them, attracting and conducting intellectual conversations. And I recall very clearly the students who made the presentations saying that we are not only intellectual, but we want to continue being intellectual and to escalate that intellectual engagement. And so it would really be nice to see such conversations. The other one that seems to occur to me is issues of sexual reproduction and sexual and reproduction developments in those two areas. And in the course of my practice, one of the areas that I had to do some contracts on was some Spanish couple who had tried for many years to get a child, and somehow they couldn't get. And they came to Mombasa. They negotiated with their family, and it was basically an agreement for hiring a womb. And to protect myself as a lawyer, I looked out for the law that governs such issues, and it doesn't exist. And so even in terms of pioneering on new areas, it would be good to see forums called in with legal buyers to discuss issues of the developments on these areas. Issues of in vitro fertilizations, either borrowed or hired or purchased wombs, issues of seeding, issues of inborn and elected orientations and preferences, issues of strange family units, issues of genetic management, issues of genes and DNA manipulation. In the recent past, we are aware of the serious conversation about the Supreme Court decision on the issues of LGBTQ. I always get that arrangement wrong, but I think you get the point. So there was that decision, and then there was the request by Honorable Kaluma to reverse the decision of the Supreme Court. And then there is the provisions of Article 45 of the Constitution. And the question that obtains is whether you can read into that Article 45 two distinct issues. One is a family that, as defined in that article, saying it is a combination of people of different genders in one subsection of the articles. And then the rest of the other three sub-articles says the family is the core unit of the society. It must be protected by anybody, and so on and so forth. Now, what happens if the family unit that is being referred to is composed of people constituted differently from people of different genders? And so these discussions are issues that I'm just placing there as a challenge for us to discuss. Issues of gender rights, and I want to come back to these issues of communal rights, sustainable environment, land use and sustenance, resource use, and I think somebody already commented on this. How do we interface, for instance, resources that belong to a certain locality with the calling on patriotism and nationalism? That to what extent should resources that are in Masai Mara or in Safo benefit, or in Turkana, that for that matter in terms of oil, benefit the community before it goes outside? And I say this because it's something that must be of very eminent importance to this university, being that this university wants to study on mining. And to what extent, therefore, should the resources that exist, either in this Tharaka or in whichever place, benefit the community, and to what extent should it share with the national establishment? Issues of alternative dispute resolution, and I think somebody already commented on the place that Njuri Njeke has played in that. And I tried to whisper to the university leadership I was sitting next to confirm to me whether, considering the place that Njuri Njeke has played in this university, let me come back to that. So issues of alternative dispute resolution, process, expansion and realization and enforcement of economic rights. As we are aware now, the courts have been enforcing socio-economic rights, issues of right to health, issues of rights to housing, issues of rights to shelter, and they are very contentious. But being an inaugural law faculty occasion, those are issues that are in the forefront in the implementation of the Constitution as it is now. Issues of tribunals, both local and international tribunals that overlap into the country, issues of national and international corporations, NGOs, religious bodies, and others. And the issues of the interplay between foreign bodies and tribunals with the country is a very live issue. The issue, the first line of defense in the ICC case was to say, no, but we are a sovereign state. But you can see it still applied here. But most recently, barely a month ago, you are aware that I think the leadership of the football federations were asked by the government to step down. But FIFA came and said, no, we don't recognize their removal, they remain in office. And so there's that interplay of people that do not belong to the country, but they have a say here. And so the legal development needs to address that. Now, so let me go back to the issue of Njurinjeke, but I must say this first of all. Because Njurinjeke came in, no, LSK came in after Njurinjeke had come to this platform. And if Njurinjeke's presentation, I had never met anybody from Njurinjeke, although I had met my brother Brown Kairaria. He told me he belongs to Njurinjeke. I doubted him until today. It was confirmed that he actually belongs there. But I had never met any. I am aware of their place in the society. And so it was such a pleasure to see the chair who came to talk here. But it was not only a pleasure to see one life, it was also such a pleasure to hear him speak in English. I wasn't sure that is the case. And so I was very pleased to see that. But if it was a question and answer session, I wondered for a moment why I didn't see, when they were introducing regional, county, and so on leadership, I didn't see a lady, or was there one? Did I miss something? I see people waving at me very strongly, including Professor. They're not allowed. Shouldn't we have that conversation then, now that the Constitution requires that? Shouldn't we have that conversation, especially considering that this university has its roots in the hands of Njurinjeke? But even before the ink could dry, when I was wondering that, LSK came forward. And I had the feeling that Kanjama is an endangered species. Why? Because he was in the midst of ladies, and I was wondering what has happened. And so probably we should have a conference of LSK and Njurinjeke and see what they can learn from each other. Yeah, so going back to the question I was asking the leadership of these universities, and this might make me very popular to Njurinjeke. To what extent have you planned that they are the ones who went to the president and eventually you have this university and you now have faculty of law? To what extent have you arranged to confer on them honorary degrees, honorary doctorate as a statement of gratitude for their place and their effort to set up this university? I think that's a challenge that probably the university could take up. Now, when I asked whether there are any ladies, I was given a very strong whiff that that's not possible. The next question which I'd asked my brother Kairaria, and which I'm asking now, can I be a member of Njurinjeke? Are there forms that I can fill? I can see members of Njurinjeke shaking their heads. You will tell me why I can become a member. Some of the challenges that the society is facing now, the faculty is expected to embrace emerging areas of law that include sports law, technology law, cyber law, and probably just to say one thing about the law, I have represented quite a number of athletes. I have particularly represented one in anti-doping agency in London. And so some of the topical issues in sports law is to what extent can we allow energy enhancing materials to influence how athletes perform. I know the first reaction is to say no. But when you think of it, when you take carbohydrates, when you take glucose, when you take coffee, aren't you doing some enhancement? Isn't it just a question of degree? And that conversation has gone to the extent that about 2 weeks ago, there was a simulation of Olympics where athletes were allowed to take whatever steroids they wanted to take and participate in the competition. And so this area of sports law, Tharaka University and the Faculty of Law is a very big area that deserves some attention and consideration. So some of the emerging areas of law that include sports law, technology law, cyber law, environmental law, international trade and general law, intellectual property, alternative dispute resolution, and the place of international tribunals and bodies. You will also need to, as one of us has already said, my brother Justice Kairaria said, and Chairman LSK Senior Counsel Kanjama said, you really need to read beyond and outside the law. The nature of the ICC law is that it is not common law as you will be taught here. It is an interface of common law and civil law. And so you can imagine the shock and the surprise I had when we were going on with proceedings. And a prosecutor walks in and wants to rely on a newspaper. In Kenya, that would never happen because we are used to common law. But in a civil law environment, that is possible. And the borrowing of that process of other systems of law into Kenyan system has already arrived. You will recall on the issues of the Iraqi's case, where the court said that evidence that is not properly acquired ordinarily is to be excluded. However, because of the risk, because of the danger the state was put in, that evidence was allowed. There is now an interface of both common law and civil law. And speaking on behalf of my friend Kanjama Senior Counsel, the interface also with Roman law. And so we need to learn all this. One of the, again, let me just say welcome to the students to the practice of law. It would be a very sweet thing if you could read a book by a Russian called Dostoevsky, Brothers Karamazov. In it, it discusses the way laymen, I'm being very careful. If I use the word layman, I don't mean it to be offensive. I just mean it in contradistinction from lawyers. He says he finds the way lawyers are so malleable. They will defend one position today, tomorrow they are defending another position. And he came to the conclusion that how lawyers are constituted is not human. They are reptiles. He calls lawyers reptiles. And I think Dostoevsky himself is not a lawyer. And it would be a very nice reading for you students to read that and see how he makes that argument. It is very profound. It is very engaging. But in the meantime, as you await to read, and for those who have read it, probably they can tell the rest. But as we wait, students, welcome to the rest of the reptiles. The establishment of this faculty and its expected contribution to the immediate and extended communities would not only have succeeded, would not have succeeded without the dedication and commitment of many individuals and institutions who must therefore be thanked, and this includes the Njuri Cheke we just discussed. To the university leadership and the faculty members who will serve in this new school, we extend our deepest gratitude and confidence. You carry the responsibility of instilling self-confidence, conscience, shaping minds, inspiring excellence, and nurturing future leaders. Your scholarship, mentorship, and commitment will determine the success and reputation of this faculty. To our students, the pioneers of this faculty of law, you are making history. And Karriara, senior counsel who came here. The MP have shown you the way, the first three. And so you sit in a very historical place, being the pioneer class, and therefore to our students, the pioneers of this faculty, you are making history. You are the first generation of legal scholars who will carry the banner of this faculty into the future. You have chosen a demanding yet noble profession, the right place, at the right place and at the right time. Embrace the opportunity before you with dedication, discipline, curiosity, and integrity. Now, as I've just read, you've chosen a demanding, noble profession. I know my brother, Justice Carriera, commented on this, that it is noble, and he also went on to say it is old. They normally say there are 4 oldest professions, don't they? Kanjama predictably is raising only 3 fingers because I think he's uncomfortable with the 4th one. The 3 are law, the clergy, the doctors, isn't it? Those are the 3 that we know. But there is the 4th one that none of us wants to say, isn't it? Okay. Remember that the study of law is not simply about mastering statutes and cases. It's about understanding society, promoting justice, defending rights, and serving humanity. Let your education prepare you not only for professional success, but also for meaningful service to your communities and your nation. The world is changing rapidly, the world is changing rapidly. And probably students, some of the best relationships that have emerged from this kind of setting where you are in either primary school, secondary school, university, is the very lasting relationships, either in business partnerships. You will see in every congregation of lawyers, judges, people saying, this is my classmate, with a lot of fondness. And so this is also an opportunity to make lifelong and lasting friendships. And please don't hesitate if it is also an opportunity to get espoused. All these call for very alert, so the issues are just raised on the issues of sports law, technology law, cyber law, the issues of gender, the issues of reproduction, the issues of religious exploitation, and so on and so forth. All these call for very alert functional faculty, ever evolving and adapting and influencing on ethical state of human rights and values. Our faculty should therefore position itself from the outset and to prepare graduates who are adaptable, forward-thinking, and globally competitive. History teaches us that great institutions are built not in a day, but through vision, persistence, and unwavering commitment. Today, we plant a seed. In the years ahead, that seed will grow into a faculty renowned for academic excellence, impactful research, community engagement, and transformative leadership, and most especially in environment and mining. It will be our infinite pride. I hope the university has granted the request that was made by a number of us, including Professor Carriera. I know he didn't say it, but he was just about to say it before his time ran out. He had requested that you please invite us when this first class will be graduating. We will be very honored to come. It will be our infinite pride when graduates emerging from this faculty will shape courtrooms, boardrooms, legislatures, international organizations, and communities. All these when they contribute to strengthening the rule of law, advancing justice, and promoting sustainable development. This launch, therefore, represents more than an academic achievement. It is an investment in people. It is an investment in justice. It is an investment in the future of Kenya. It is an investment for humanity. As we celebrate this important milestone, let us remain united in our determination to build a faculty of law that reflects the highest standards of academic and professional excellence. May this faculty become a beacon of knowledge, justice, and service. May it inspire future generations to pursue truth, uphold integrity, and champion the rule of law. May it contribute meaningfully to the transformation of our society and our nation. With great pride and optimism, we are all here honored to be associated with the launch of this Faculty of Law at Tharaka University. God bless you, Tharaka University. God bless Kenya. That should mark the end of my presentation. Thank you, everybody. I assume you have accepted my apology for coming late. Thank you very much for tolerating my speech.
Thank you very much, my Lord and our chief guest, Justice Katwa Kigen, for those profoundly inspiring and insightful remarks. And I especially thank you for not disclosing the fourth profession to this congregation. I have already procured 4 clients who will pay for that information. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now transition to celebrating our students in a very brief award ceremony. And at this point, I will once again invite our DVC, Academics, Research and Student Affairs, to come and take us through a very brief award giving ceremony.
Thank you so much, our chief guest, for the words of wisdom and mentorship to our students and support to our university. At this juncture, we'll have the Dean to come and read us in this session by inviting or calling all the students that are going to receive their awards and certificate of recognition. Welcome, Dean.
For this session, we have 2 functions. The first one is to give awards to students who participated in 2 types of moot courts. And the second one is to recognize some of the students who have led fellow students in a variety of areas. So I would like to call upon the following students. For the Supreme Court moot court, we have Stephen Nyankea, Caleb Kamau, Gloria Chemngeno. Please come and line up here. Then for moot court competition that was held in Embu, we have Maya Atieno, Theophilus Tun, Elizabeth Ndungu, Levis Gikoga, Kasniel Kinoti, Daniel Mbugwa. Please come in that order. And then as we award the certificates, we would like to call upon the following to be ready. Modrex Wekesa, who is the faculty representative. Stephen Nakea, who is the class representative. Mario Atieno, assistant class representative. Hilary Samuel, chairperson, Law Student Association. Gloria Chemngeno, chairperson, Mooting Society. James Murimi, chairperson, Kenya Model United Nations, KMUN. Tyson Ombati, Jurisprudence and Debate. Bridget Kawira, Legal Aid Club. Elisha Mwita, Articles and Journal Club. Raymond Koech, Captain Law Football Club. Immaculate Amalwa, Captain American Football. Morgan Bungei, Captain Basketball. Joseph Karanu Bilia. billiards captain, and then finally Kinoti Dorcas brand ambassador. Just get ready. As soon as we finish with these ones, then you come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Our chief guest, kindly allow me to invite you, assisted by the Chancellor, the Chairman of the Council, and the VC, to kindly come and assist us around these students. Kindly, the chief guest, you take it over. I'll request also Japan to come and help us in this session. And the Dean.
Kindly, may I request the President of the Law Society of Kenya to also join in awarding our students. Thank you, President Kanjama.
Gloria Chemngeno. Maya Atieno. Theophilus Tun. Elizabeth Ndongo. Davis Gikoga. Asiel Kinoti. Finally, Daniel Mbugwa. Okay, we are going to take a photograph. Thank you. We will take a photograph, including the 14 students I mentioned. So can you come out? We can take a photograph with 14 students. Where are you? You're supposed to have been ready by now. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seats.
Thank you very, very much, my Lord and our guest of honor today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, birthing a child is not an easy process. So I must thank each and every one of you for your patience and resilience. Now, as we climax, as we come to the birth of this baby, as we unveil the child that is Tharaka University School of Law, I once again respectfully ask our guests, just as you are, to just kindly approach the podium once again as we unveil the law school, as I also invite now the DVC to take us through the unveiling. We do have a baby. There is a baby, and it is a live baby.
Thank you so much, Kadri, the team again, the chief guest, the chancellor, the chair of the council, the vice, the president of LSK, Kadri, come to the front for this occasion.
Professor Okech, our dean, due to public demand by your students, your senior students, welcome to the podium for the launch of your baby.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, the official launch of and you all agree with me that it's beautiful and healthy. This is a baby that is definitely going to survive. We agree, right? Again, our guests, just before you go, there's always cake and a happy time when there's a baby. That's why we celebrate our birthdays with cake. So on my left side is a little something to just climax and truly say that we have a child that is born to us today.
Wow, let's appreciate them as they cut through the cake. This marks the climax of this ceremony. Wow. Okay, come here. Come here. No, come here. Wow. Let's give a clap of applause. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Give them now the pieces.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, we will proceed as our guests have a taste. I'm sure each and every one of you will finally get to have a taste of this sweetness. And at this juncture, allow me, my Lord and our guest of honor, to hand over the program back to the initial master of ceremony, Dr. Munanu, who will take us through the final part of this ceremony. I have been yours truly, Faith Japan. It's been a pleasure hosting this part for you. Thank you.
They are going to do it at once, all of them at the same time, so they are waiting on one another. Give us some music, kindly. Hii ni keki sio ugali.
Yeah, that's it.
Three, two, one. Let's taste the cake. On behalf of the rest of us, we can give them a clap. We are going to share this cake with all of us after the ceremony. Thank you. God bless you.
Let's appreciate them kindly. Let's just give an applause to them. Thank you very much for that wonderful session. It has been wonderful. And we are coming to almost the close of this ceremony. And before that, I will invite Dr. Fidelis Ngugi to make a vote of thanks. She is the Dean, Faculty of Physical Sciences, Engineering and Technology. Welcome, Dr. Fidelis, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. The chief guest, Honorable Justice Katwa Kigen, Judge for the Court of Appeal, kindly allow me to ride on already established protocol. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Fidelis Ngugi. I'm the Dean in the Faculty of Physical Sciences, Engineering and Technology, and I'm also the Science, Technology and Innovation Focal Person for Tharaka University. As we close this celebration, kindly allow me to move a vote of thanks on behalf of Tharaka University. I wish to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Justice. Okay, thank you so much. I've been requested to recognize the presence of Paul Mogambi. Maybe you may rise and wave. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. So I'll go on with the vote of thanks. I wish to sincerely express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Justice Katwa Kigen, for creating time to be with us here as we celebrate the launch of our School of Law. Thank you so much for your inspiring and insightful address. And your presence at the launch of our school is a great honor to Tharaka University and a strong affirmation of the critical role of legal education in building a just and equitable society. Justice Brown Kairaria, thank you so much. Karibu nyumbani. And your presence here is a clear commitment of the love that you have for Tharaka University and also for your community. To the President, Law Society of Kenya, Justice Charles Kanjama, Thank you also for coming and also finding time out of your busy schedule to be with us and also sharing the words of wisdom. And it's truly let justice be our shield and defender. Karibu tena Tharaka University. We extend our appreciation also to our Chancellor, Professor Ratemo Micheka. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support, for your guidance towards the growth and establishment and growth of Tharaka University, and also the support you've given us, especially on the resource mobilization. Thank you so much. Then our heart gratitude also goes to the chairperson of the council and all members of the council, Professor Peter Keyor. Thank you so much. Thanks for your strategic leadership and the guidance, and it is out of that guidance that this School of Law has been born today. Then to the CEO Council for Legal Education, Professor Collins, thank you so much for helping us navigate through the vigorous accreditation process and helping Tharaka to be the 21st university to offer School of Law. Thank you. To the university management, led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter K. Muriungi, the DVCs, the registrars, the deans, directors, departments, heads, and all staff, thank you so much. Your combined efforts has led to the successful launch of the School of Law today. Thank you, and I wish the culture for the teamwork is going to dwell in us. To other guests from all sectors, academics, led by Professor Dhakanio from University of Nairobi, other tech sectors, political arena, other government officials, kindly feel much appreciated, and thanks for joining us for this celebration. For our law students and those who are aspiring to join the School of Law, today's event is especially about you. You are the future custodians of justice and the rule of law. We encourage you to embrace the opportunities that lie ahead, to strive for excellence, integrity, resilience, and service to humanity. Then to the practitioners, the legal practitioners in the room, thank you so much for being mentors, and also thank you for coming to celebrate with us. Then as we come to the end, we are also joined by the principals and students from other visiting schools. Thank you so much for coming, and for the ones who felt like they would want to join the School of Law, Tharaka University is here for you. Thank you so much. Then as we celebrate this achievement, let us remember the theme for today, training resilient lawyers for a just and equitable society, and may this School of Law be a center of excellence for legal education, research, innovation, and service to humanity for societal development. Thank you so much. And before I conclude, Jorin Cheke, thank you so much for coming. You've always been here, and your coming is a clear indication or reminds us of the connection between indigenous knowledge and also what you're doing here. Thank you so much. Hii ni shule yenu. And our chief guest has really lobbied for us. Kama tunaweza kuwa na pia Jorin Cheke for ladies. So kindly, you can consider that. Then in African setup, if you're given a chance to give a vote of thanks, I think guests feel more appreciated if they are clapped for. So I appreciate to give 4 factorial. That is, we clap 4 times, 3, 2, 1. So in the count of 3, 2, 1, let's go. Thank you so much. Let justice be our shield and defender. May God bless you all. God bless Tharaka University. God bless Kenya. Safe travel.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fidelis. And this juncture, kindly invite the DVC also to make announcements. And after the announcements, we'll have prayers and then the national anthem. So prayers led by Dr. Mwembu.
Thank you so much. We are coming to the end of this great occasion. We really appreciate everyone. We are really humbled. We want to welcome you back, and we are really feeling that this is the place to be. Welcome back to Tharaka University. Once more, we wish you safe journeys, and may God bless you. Now, from here, we need direction, and we are going to move to various venues for our lunch, and we really want to invite our guests for lunch, and all of us, including the high school students, all the invited guests, our chief guests, the senators, that is the Tharaka University Senate, the Jori Ncheke, we will all move to the garden behind the VC's office that is close to L4. Then the university members, including the band, and we are very grateful for your great work, we will move to the tuition complex, TC1, for lunch. The entertainment teams, the security officers, will move to the garden behind the business block, and then we'll have our students and the invited students, high school students, welcome to this university. Let's have lunch together, and you'll be served from the cafeteria. Otherwise, God bless you so much. May God grant you safe journeys, and we want to welcome you back to Tharaka University. Kindly, we have the person leading us in prayer, Dr. Moembu. Thank you. I'm just being reminded that the cake will be served together with the food. So everyone should be available for these meals. They are sweet. God bless you.
Asante Profesa. Ninaomba tusimame. Tafadhali naomba tusimame. Na wale ambao hawajavaa kofia rasmi, tunaomba wazivue. Tuombe baada ya kuamini. Baba, katika jina la mwana wako Yesu Kristu, tunakushukuru kwa kutujalia ufanisi wa afra hii ambayo ilianzia tangu minda ya saa 4. Afra ambayo imenoga sana. Asante Mungu Muumba. Tunakuomba uzidi kubariki na kunemesha kitivo cha sheria katika chuo kikuu cha Tharaka kwa jumla. Tunaomba chuo kikuu cha Tharaka kiwahitimishe mawakili, mahakimu, majaji watakaotekea haki na usawa kwa misingi ya sheria na maadili bila kutekelezwa na changamoto zozote. Baba, tunaomba washikadau wote waliohudhuria hafla hii uwakarimu na kuwapa uwezo wa kuwakuza wanafunzi watakaohitimu na shahada ya sheria. Tunawaombea wageni na wenyeji safari njema watapokuwa wakisafiri kuelekea kwenye makazi yao. Tunaombea usimamizi wa chuo kikuu cha Tharaka ili uendelee kuwajalia hekima ya kuongoza chuo hiki tahidi ili kufikia upeo wake. Asante Baba kwa baraka tutakazopata kutoka kwako. Asante Baba, tumeomba tukiamini kwamba Baba umetusikia na kupokea maombi yetu. Tuseme amina.
Thank you very much, and Dr. Mohembu. We will have the national anthem, and then the procession is going to move in the reverse order. The chief guest and his entourage will be the first one to leave the stage. Thank you. National anthem. guests. Thank you very much for your participation. It has been a wonderful occasion. That we thank God for this moment. May God richly bless you. Thank you very much.